my team, bring the steam like I wonder from an oasis. And the race is right, now it's time to take my place in the sun. You can't deny the force. 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 You can't deny the force.
Resistance is futile. The governmental approval. Invent the time to dance because our views get futile. It's brutal. So expensive, petty speed. Electing all its symbols on suspended sentence.
Self-suppression of evidence will be met with belligerence.
And you can hesitate penance because I'm the president intent. Hence, your confession is expected if you think they were persistent in a method. Yes, you guessed it.
Blessed are we who come in the name of J.
Our word spreads like a
I declare
it's a state of emergency, the president assents. So don't expect a reality, the penalty, my penalty. It's enough forgiving that you can't resist the skin. So give yourself a moving, it's still feel the war, emotion, all you see.
cross us cautiously. You can't deny the force. 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 You can't deny the force.
It's like we're back in the studio. Los Angeles, 1997.
That's a good analogy.
Brett Gurewitz behind the controls. This is Brett. I don't need to tell the truth, but I never lie. I don't need to bow to you. You're just passing by. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I'll come back to you. Get inside my troubled mind with all of your threats. Sometimes I think I was blind. Not before we met. I never wanted to be the one that you depend on for your life. When you cry, it smells like soup. Sound like Shona Knife. Never think about what I said all night. I gotta ride. Each time I said all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all night. You're an evil little girl. I'm a twisted man, tearing through your perfect world. Make you understand. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I'll come back to you and do the things you do. Stay all night. I gotta ride. Each time I stay all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all. I would never treat you bad. You deserve the best from me. If you want to keep your place, you better get down on yours. Yeah, Todd wrote this one.
Yeah. You think?
This is not mine. Stand all night, I gotta rise. Each time I stand all night, no, I just might. You make me stand all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all R.I.P.
Round
Todd.
Robin, your questions, comments, wagers, give us a reason. Sleeper fantasy play, your best alternative line, whatever you have. Text the Round Robin 757 354 5517.
Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose cross nights and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, take us past our spangled banner yet wave, for the land of the brave and the home of the brave.
This is the Deep End Broadcasting Network.
You are tuned in to the Round Robin with Stephen Murray on Deep End Broadcasting.
Still thinking about the night before my brain is on the bed. Way up ahead, I see the crowd and flashing blue red lights. I'd rather see the college.
Broadcasting live from our Chicks Beach studios in the lovely Virginia Beach, Virginia, the United States of America. It is just after 7 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. A rainy day here in the Mid-Atlantic, and that should affect some of our games here on this Week 15 NFL Round Robin Breakdown. Saturday football, 3 games in the books. Count them 4 if you want to count the Thursday night game as well. Raiders handily winning that. But what about yesterday? I'll tell you this. There's a certain somebody on the show here with the initials Ant-Man who has done nothing but text me winning tickets, I feel like, for the last 48 hours or so. So that man is on fire, red hot. Amon-Ra St. Brown gets him home. I'm not sure what the late bet was last night that gets him there, but some nice sized winnings for that young gentleman so far this weekend. My guys, mixed bag. I've got there on a lot of things, just short on a few others. Really, I think Pittsburgh's going to be the one that kind of stymied me at the end of the day. Colt Stephens played much better than I expected. And Pittsburgh, when they get the 13 points out of the gate, for the most part, if you want to call that out of the gate, at least at the quarter pole, we shall say, they gave you nothing after that. And Trubisky is bad. He's as bad as advertised as ever. I knew that going in. And a chance I figured for him to actually make some noise. I'm not even sure who the leading passer was yesterday or the receiver. Let's check, because we talked a lot about that. So let me just kind of review some of that first. And we'll go through the lines and the weather here in just a second. Bengals and the Vikings, 27-24. Mullins had 303 yards passing. Jordan Addison, 111 yards receiving. That might be an Ant-Man hit. Browning, 324 receiving. So Addison's your high guy right there. In the Colts and Steeler game, receiving, Deontay had 62 for Pittsburgh. Just 78 for Pittman Jr. for the Colts. Passing-wise, Trubisky under his total, 169.5. Minshew with 215.
And then last night, that would be the one where Detroit dominated Denver. Detroit 42-17 final in that game. And the final in the Colts was 30-19. Russell Wilson, 223 yards passing. No one there for the receiving. St. Brown had 112 yards receiving, and Goff had 278. So Browning was your leading passer yesterday. That we talked about that. So he cashed at about a plus 450 mark or 430, whatever it was. Jahmyr Gibbs had 100 yards rushing. He seems like Montgomery got the more carries. He got 17 carries, but man, Gibbs is insane. He really is. So St. Brown had 112 receiving, and then Addison would be the other one. Let's see, did Anthony cash at home? Well, I want to say we just said 111. 111. Wow. So St. Brown there at the end cashes it out with the catch, his last catch to beat the leading receiver of the day. And he was the second favorite, so no big payout there. Hey, I was right on my Gibbs, except for the fact that he ran instead of received. But the Steelers were my letdown. I like the over in all of those games. They all got home except for the Indianapolis and the Pittsburgh one, which fell apart kind of late on that Colts long 8-minute plus drive there in the third quarter to melt away the clock. I mean, it was looking good at halftime. So that kind of stumped one of my better plays. And then Denver in the blowout, we had that. And Cincinnati, they went down early. So that didn't help our cause with any kind of alt line with Cincinnati. But man, what was it in that game? Oh, Higgins and Addison. We talked about that, throwing just those two guys in a parlay together on the show yesterday. If you did that, you cashed big. Higgins well over his receiving yards. Addison as well. Both big alternate numbers that hit it home for you guys yesterday. All right, so here's what we'll do. I'm going to go through the updated odds. I'll go through the standings one more time. We'll hit the weather up as we go through the odds. And then we'll go ahead and queue up Dave Del Grande here. We'll get his Sunday breakdown. And then the rest of the crew will file in here about 8:30. So a little bit of a shorter show today, at least we think so, because of the 4 games already in the books. That gives us less to dissect. Literally 4 games on this show can literally be in half an hour, the way that we kind of try to look at all the numbers. And if you are first tuning into us, that is the point of this, is to deep dive. We're just not going to talk about your normal point spreads and what we think. We are going to look for good value in 2 touchdown scores, anytime touchdown scores, receiving props, passing props, running props with the yardage, all alternate lines. I like to take running backs on their receiving total that go over because you can get big numbers on that. And, mix and match some of this stuff. And at the end of the day, maybe you turn your $5 or $10 into $1,000, $2,000, $5,000, $10,000. Who knows? I got one nice long parlay I started on Thursday. I did earlier in the week. That's going to be alive for today. I had the Raiders -5.5, both the overs, alternate over 47.5, and both the Denver and the Cincinnati game. And then I have the rest of the list to fill out today. I'm going to need one big upset. We're going to go through that later. And if that big upset can happen, I think my ticket is very live. And that is literally a $5 ticket to win $9,000. All right, so we're going to be invested in that this morning. We also have EPL soccer. I'm going to see if I can get my man Nick Athen, who was my boss for the Warpaint Illustrated Kansas City Chiefs magazine. I'll see if I can grab him on the air this morning. I'll see what he's up to, and maybe we can discuss this Patriots-Chiefs game and the mindset of the Kansas City Chiefs just a little bit more and see where we stand as they hit the road to New England this afternoon. All right, so as promised, let's go ahead and go through the lines to see what we have, because we do have some line movement overnight for sure. When I popped some of these lines up, I was somewhat shocked to see a few of these move in the direction that they have. and they are all updated on the ticker. So right now in Green Bay, where weather should not be an issue today for the Buccaneers and the Packers are minus 3.5 and 42.5. The Packers looking to respond after their Monday night loss in the Meadowlands. Tampa Bay coming off a nice road win in Atlanta. Everyone still keeps kind of kicking the fact that Tampa Bay isn't a good team, and they are sub 500. But if you do have a king of the stinkies list, this could be Tampa Bay. They've been really, really feisty, and both of these teams with a lot to play for on the line this afternoon. Both vying for playoffs. We'll get more into that here after we go through the slate. The Giants are in New Orleans. Tommy DeVito, just talked about him. Can he take the act on the road and lead the Giants to a road win? Derek Carr and company banged up in recent weeks, but maybe we get some Taysom Hill back today as well. We'll go through all this, the injuries and more. I think we'll definitely have the Ant-Man on unless he partied the night away. He was very excited to come on the show and throw out some more winning angles. So we'll see if we can get the injury reports being on a little earlier than normal, get a good injury status for some of these guys like Taysom Hill. But the Saints are 5.5 and 39.5. Weather, no issue there in the dome down there. The New Orleans Superdome. Atlanta, the Falcons. This line down from 3 now to 2.5. Over under 33.5 with Carolina. So the Carolina Panthers taking money in this one, and that is kind of crazy to me. So the Falcons have come off of 3. This just tells me that we could have a Carolina win here today. And how about this? A rain game in Carolina. We don't get to say that too much, but a system moving up the mid-Atlantic states shall affect this game in Charlotte this afternoon with the Falcons and the Panthers. So Atlanta comes off of 3. They're now minus 2.5. Over under is 33.5. No rain in Nashville. Is that correct? Is that the one place I did not check? I need to double check this one. I might have skipped over the Nashville weather. I believe we are, clear skies or cloudy skies, 53 degrees, no wind, humid, but rain should not be an issue in this game. So they'll be spared this mid-Atlantic torrent onslaught of precipitation. But the Titans at home, 3.5 over under 36.5. No CJ Stroud, but if you're expecting Davis Mills, get that out of your head because we will have Case Keenum, an experienced backup and veteran, taking the helm for Houston. So I wonder how that's going to change things a little bit. Maybe Tennessee catching too much. I like Tennessee a lot more against Davis Mills. Keenum's not going to light it up, but he's won a playoff game or two, right? He's won at least one with Minnesota on that Stephon Diggs catch, kind of a miracle catch to end the game on Diggs last season for the Vikings. So interesting matchup. Derrick Henry, can he get off again today? I'm going to like me some Derrick Henry for sure. So I'm going to play that prop again. I'm going to ride the hot hand with him. We caught him right at the right time because he was ice cold. And then we said jump on him, I think 3 weeks ago on this show. And then 1, 2, 3, this would be week number 4. We're going to do it again. And he's paid off every single week for us in the last month. So Titans minus 3.5, coming off the big win Monday night in Miami. Texans catching 3.5. 36.5, your total there. That might be too low. That actually may be too low. The Jets are in the Dolphins down in Miami. No rain in Miami. Weather has cleared out there. Minus 8.5 for them. 36.5. The Jets in town. They'll try to double down on their nice win against the Texans last week. And the Dolphins, they need to kind of regroup after kind of taking the Titans lightly there at the end of Monday night and blowing that 14-point lead late. How injured is Tyreek Hill is another question. Are the Dolphins somewhat of a one-trick pony without Tyreek Hill? That's another question we're going to have to ask everyone here as we go through the slate this morning. The Bears and the Browns, 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time game, -2.5 for Joe Flacco and company. An injured Cleveland team will try to hold serve here at home against the Bears. But Fields and the Bears offense, who can get a few points now, it seems like, in a very, very stingy defense, will take this Chicago act on the road to Cleveland and what will be, this could be a downright physical defensive game, or this thing could open up either way. So interesting to get the take on everyone for the Bears and the Browns. Kansas City, can they rebound after their terrible loss to Buffalo? The Kadarius Toney, famous lining up offside, been a controversy all week with no controversy. He was offsides, but a lot of talk about officials. We opened the bag of worms on this show. Officials were quiet for about the first month. I bring that up to Dave Del Grande, talking about how the officials really haven't had an impact on the games. And week after week after week, they've gotten a lot worse. So the Chiefs and the Patriots, can the Patriots, after 10 days off, give Bill Belichick a little fight here? And Bill Belichick, everyone is making it sound like he is on his way out the door. I wouldn't be 100% on that, by the way, to be honest. I would kind of hold those cards. Let's see how this team finishes down the stretch here. You might get a fight out of New England today. So it'll be interesting to see what everyone says about that. Chiefs 8.5, 37.5, weather not an issue. For the Commanders and Rams at SoFi Stadium. The Commanders, after a week off, that might help their cause today. And the Rams coming off a demoralizing, good performance. I mean, I can't say demoralizing. They played well. I mean, in fact, if you can take a win from a loss, maybe they did last week. The referees, again, didn't help their cause in that aspect. Surprised to see this line sitting at 6.5 at home for the Rams. Over under is 50.5, and this could be the highest scoring game of the day, at least to me. You could see the Commanders put some points up here, and I would not doubt that the Rams receivers can get off as well. The Cardinals and the 49ers will play in Scottsdale. This line is now dropped. The 49ers now -11.5, over under 48.5 at Arizona this afternoon. The 49ers can wrap up the West with a win today. Arizona is playing spoiler the best that they can here with some of these teams down the stretch. It looks like we have weather in Buffalo as well today. Let me get an update on that. I knew it was going to be a wet game, but let's see what they are saying this morning now. As we get closer to kickoff here, I mean, chances definitely go up. We're looking at a 80 to 90% chance of rain at the time they play this game in Buffalo. It is windy as well. So they take that into account. Grudge match, slugfest, old school Super Bowl rematch. Buffalo Bills -2.5 now. This line has moved up in favor of Buffalo and down to 49.5. So that total is dropping. Cowboys, big win against the Eagles. Bills, big win against the Chiefs. And both of these teams need this interconference matchup to help in any way that they can to win their division. The Ravens and the Jaguars. Ravens are -3.5, over under 41.5 in Jacksonville this evening. Jacksonville has been banged up. We won't see Kirk back, which is not going to be good for my 6-touchdown scorer prop, as he looks to be the lone guy kind of lagging at this point. Odell Beckham could use another couple touchdowns in that respect, but I'm going to have to count that ticket dead. But the Ravens -3.5, 41.5. That might be too low, but we have, again, wet weather again for this game. Will that slow down the Raven offense? I doubt it. It didn't last week in pouring rain. So we'll see if Jacksonville can keep up with these guys this evening, 8:20 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And Seattle, the game tomorrow night with Philadelphia. The Eagles laying 3 on the road. They need to respond after having a bad couple of weeks here against some tough opponents. The schedule's really been back end heavy with the hard games for a lot of these teams. And Philly is one of them as well. I mean, they played the Chiefs recently, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And this game could be a rain game too. Let's see. Light rain Monday night expected, but then it should clear out. So maybe just a few drops for the Eagles and the Seahawks tomorrow night. That is 8:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. As we have a lot of football lined up here to close out the season. 6 bowl games yesterday as well. The bowl games will be all through the week. So this is officially your beginning of your football overdose here as we climb through the rest of week 15. After this, just 3 more games apiece and plenty to figure out playoff-wise still to come. Let's take a look at that real quick, and then we'll get Del Grande on here. And we'll just look at the conference. And we'll remind, I guess, everyone in case you weren't listening yesterday. So in the divisions, right now, Miami does have the 2-game lead over Buffalo. Buffalo has beaten them before. So 9-4 for the Dolphins, 7-6 for the Bills. The Ravens are 10-3, but with 8 wins now are the Bengals and the Browns. Bengals 8-6, Browns 8-5, Steelers 7-7 now. So they're in trouble here. We'll see how that figures out in the conference breakdown in a second. But the Bengals, I have a nice large ticket, 550 to 1, 330 to 1 as well, to somehow steal that division. And the Ravens don't have the easiest schedule. They have 49ers, Jags, Dolphins in there. And the Bengals, if they can just kind of get hot, could definitely find their way into trying to steal this thing at the end of the day. Jacksonville 8-5, Colts 8-6 now with their win. So they tie into they go into a half game out of first place. But if Jacksonville loses tonight, then the Colts are right here at the top of the division. Important game as well for Houston and Tennessee, 7-6, 5-8, both of those teams respectively. The Chiefs 8-5 have the now 1.5 game lead over Denver. With a win today, they can stretch that to 2. And when they play them their next time, that should be enough to put the dagger into the Broncos for the rest of the season. Cowboys, Eagles, both 10-3 in the East. The Lions are 10-4 after their win last night. So Minnesota losing knocks them down to 7-7. Green Bay with the win will be 7-7. But basically, Detroit controls their own destiny by far. One more win will clinch them the NFC North. Tied at 6-7 in the South are the Buccaneers, Falcons, and Saints. And in the West, the Niners can't clinch the division today with a win in Arizona. Playoff-wise with the conference, let's see here. All right, so right now your 1 would be Baltimore, 2 Miami, 3 Kansas City, 4 Jacksonville, 5 Cincinnati. The Colts jump into 6th and could be in the 5th. Actually, they could even be in the 4th by the end of the day. Really, even the 3rd if the Kansas City Chiefs lose. The Colts could really jump up here, but they are climbing the ladder. The Texans jump in via the Steelers, so the Texans would have the next tie break. And Buffalo's creeping closer and closer to getting in the playoffs. Texans, Bills, both 7-6. Steelers 7-7. So maybe a little bit of separation starting to form here in the AFC. And in the NFC, we have San Fran on top. Dallas would be 2. Detroit would be 3. Tampa Bay would be 4. And then the Eagles, Vikings, and Packers, the way it sits now. But knocking on that door, all 6 and 7, which is what the Packers are in the 7th seed. You have the Rams, Seahawks, Falcons, and Saints. And really 2 games out, the Giants and the Bears. I mean, you want to say that the Giants and the Bears aren't going to make the playoffs, but yet here they are, just right there 2 games out. And if they can just kind of win out, you never know how this thing will unfold here in the end. All right, so what we'll do now is we'll get our man Dave Del Grande ready. Let's see here. And we will cue him up. So let's see. Our man, Dave Del Grande, Castro Valley, California. He is a columnist for Field Level Media, a senior analyst at Stat Factor. He is the founder of Mr. Fantasy himself. He covers the Golden State Warriors, the Denver Nuggets, And we need to get a basketball show on at some point. But the man with plenty of knowledge, let's see what he thinks about this Sunday slate. Good morning, Dave. Okay, we got the slate for the Saturday stuff yesterday, and now we have Dave Del Grande back with us for our Sunday edition. We went through all the news and notes yesterday, so no need to get into any more of that. So let's get right to it with the games that we have going on this afternoon. We only have one of our usual cast of characters, which is the AFC West and NFC West, playing at the 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time slots. That's the Chiefs and the Patriots. We'll get to that in a minute. So there are, let's see, other games. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 other games that could be potentially fun games. Let's see here. Let me try to guess. Do you have a fun game of that group? Let me try to guess. Is there one that sticks out to you?
There really isn't. I'll stick with one of them. Not that I'm crazy about it, but it's the best of the evils.
Okay. All right. I'm going to guess it's Tampa Bay and Green Bay.
Well, that game seems to be the most logical game to be at least, medium scoring. I mean, you've got two teams that are capable of scoring in the 20s. You got two teams that are capable of giving up points in the 20s, but neither one of these teams has the firepower, to put up big numbers.
Right,
and I think it's a very competitive. This game could really go either way, and so I don't see this as being the Raiders-Chargers game where one team is just going to really put up monster numbers against the other one. So no, that would not be my game.
The Bears and the Browns.
You're strike two.
Getting colder, not hotter, right?
If you followed me all year, I think Cleveland's defense is better than it really is. But this is a game where Cleveland has hung in there. Cleveland is a team that thinks they're still in it. Their defense is the reason why. The Bears, I don't think the Bears are a good team regardless. They played well against the Lions for a couple of times, but I think Cleveland could dominate this game defensively. So, no, I would say this is a big swing and a miss.
Sidetrack real quick. Joe Flacco, 60-1 now for comeback player of the year. He was at 100-1. What do you think about him so far? And can he actually maybe try to cash a long shot ticket that a lot of people have right now?
I think he's entered the competition too late. You got to remember that these awards are won, based on how you did over 18 weeks, not just how you did over 6 weeks. And so while he might be the December comeback player of the year winner, he wasn't in September, October, or November. And this is where, you always have, the guy coming off the knee surgery or the guy who had heart issues last year or, whatever it was. I mean, you had a lot of guys. I mean, you look at, you tend to look at the guys who were injured last year and have come back strong this year. And there's a lot of them. And when all is said and done, and you start looking at comparing the numbers, full season numbers of these people, and then you see, wow, are we really considering Flacco, based on his 1,000 passing yards when we really should be considering Mostert, who's second in the league in touchdowns, that, has been injured 5 years in a row. I mean, that's, that would be my, my concern about, falling in love here with Flacco.
Okay. We said the Saints were a good bet against the Giants. So I'm going to assume the Giants aren't going to hold up their end of a fun game. I don't think Carolina's going to hold up the end of their fun game. You yelled at me the last time I brought up Tennessee and the Panthers as a fun game. Since you yelled at me that time, I guess I'll leave off the Texans and Titans. Although I kind of meant to ask you about this. Do you think Josh Allen has an influence on some of these guys like Levis and DeVito trying to run through some of these linebackers? They see the success that he has running, but that's what they're doing. I think it's probably the Jets and Dolphins. That's your fun game, right? Potentially.
Jets and Dolphins.
No.
Well, no. I'm going with the Texans.
Okay. All right.
You know, and the reason is I like the way Levis played this last game.
Right. Okay. So I was kind of on it with the Josh Allen reference.
Like, you know, you see a lot of these young guys, and you know, God knows we're seeing these young quarterbacks, these backup quarterbacks, way more than we'd like. And you see them where they get time to throw the ball. Wow, I can see why, you know, he made the pros, because he's got a really nice arm. He's got some nice touch. Obviously, some are better than others. I thought Levis in this last game looked like I can see him being the starting quarterback for this team next season. He really looks good. And, you know, obviously he's got Hopkins, which helps. You know, it's nice to have that anchor receiver that you can throw the ball up to. And when in doubt, you throw him short passes, you throw him long passes, and it also opens things up for everybody else. I think the Texans, the Texans are falling apart, and they have the potential to lose this game, I think, pretty handily against a Tennessee team that seems to be gathering steam.
I do like Henry. He's hot.
Exactly. And that's another aspect of the Levis thing, is that you've got to stop Henry. Stopping Henry has got to be your number one priority. And now, you know, this opens up the tight end. Now this makes their second receiver a little more effective. And, you know, like I said, you've got to deal with Hopkins at the same time. I think Tennessee quietly has put together a nice little offensive team here based on the play of their quarterback. I don't think Houston is going to put up a whole lot of resistance defensively. You know, Houston, when they're most successful, is because they're scoring points. But, you know, Dell's injury seemed to have taken some of the steam off of this, out of this team. Stroud, they're just not what they were before, but they have no choice. I mean, they're kind of like Indianapolis, is that, all right, Indianapolis isn't the type of team that we saw earlier this year offensively, but they're so bad on defense, they have to be have to try to be this offensive team, even with lesser people. So Houston will try to put up big numbers in this game. They've still got some nice wide receiver options. I just think that helps Tennessee score more points. I think Levis is going to have a big game in this game. I think their whole offense is going to have a big game. I think this could be, I think Tennessee can easily be projected to score in the 30s in this game. And Houston, they find a way. They'll get their 17 or into the 20s. And so, this game has, 31-21 written all over it.
Over under is 37.5. So you're going to get paid nice to get to 50 points plus 440. Derrick Henry touchdown off the board, but you got to figure he'll be somewhere around the a minus 150, minus 160, something like that.
Yeah, I guess higher than that. Although the total on the game is remarkably low.
Right.
I don't get it. I think Tennessee. I'd look at Tennessee. Given that number there, I got to believe that you take Tennessee, over 27 points, over 28 points, even over 30 points, you're going to get a really, really, really nice number there. And they, they have the potential, to beat you on the ground, to beat you through the air. They've got this good quarterback going. I don't see how Houston is going to slow them down.
DeAndre Hopkins is 61.5. He loves him. He likes to throw him the ball a lot. That's for sure.
Yes. I mean, I think he's got as many targets the last 2 weeks as, anybody in the league, maybe short of Lamb. And like I said, it's one thing if you don't have other options, and they can, let's take away Hopkins as best as we can because they don't have other things that they can do. No, like I said a minute ago, your number one priority is we need to deal with Henry. We don't stop Henry, they're never going to throw the ball. He's going to run it down our throat all day long. So let's push everybody up. Let's get our safety involved in the run stop. And then you start doing things like that, and you get one-on-one coverage with Hopkins. And like I said, he's as good as they get in terms of just lob the ball out there. Let him jump up and take it away from the cornerback who's 4 or 5 inches shorter than him. Levis certainly has recognized this. I mean, he's throwing the ball to Hopkins more than anybody else is getting the ball thrown to. So, this is where I think that both, they could both have good rushing and passing numbers in this game. And that's why I feel, well, if that's the case and you're worried about, which one's going to get more, why not just accumulate them and presume that it's going to mean they score 27, 28, 31 points and take your nice price with that.
Over 20.5 points for the Titans is a flat plus 100, even money. So that may be the best bet on the board, according to what you're saying, maybe.
Absolutely. And do they have numbers now for 27 for?
Not alternate team totals. No, I wish we did. Trust me.
Oh, okay.
I wish we did.
Yeah. No, that agreed. That is that belongs on our non-greedy ticket.
How about greedy style? Titans and Saints, both to win by 10 points or more, is plus 725.
I have more confidence in the Titans doing that than the Saints. The Giants. The Giants are, again, one of these. This may be their last stand, but they, because of one play they made last week, they think they're still in it. This is a game where I think they've practiced all week thinking, you know what, we're not playing the Eagles, we're not playing the Cowboys. This is the Saints. This is a team that's very much on our level. We play our game. We can go down there and beat them. We can take advantage, cause their quarterback to make mistakes. I think the Giants go down there thinking they can win this game, and not that they're going to, but I don't know that the Texans' mindset is that same right now. I think reality's kind of set in with them. And Tennessee's rolling, and I just, that to me seems like two teams going in different directions. This game here is, two similar teams that both think that they're halfway decent, which they really aren't, which could lead to a close game. So I'm less excited about that half of it.
All right. To our cast of characters, with the Chiefs on the road at New England, minus 8.5. The total here is 37 points. The last look that we have of the Chiefs on the field wasn't the pretty one. Obviously, there's a lot of made about it earlier in the week about the way Mahomes reacted towards the referees, then had to go on and apologize and say that wasn't a good look, et cetera, et cetera. But I will say this. The Chiefs kind of need to get their act together a little bit because of teams that are going to quit, like the Chargers. I don't think New England's actually going to be one of them. They have nothing to play for now. I think they know that their coach is gone, but I think they're still going to try to give this guy a good effort on the way out. And their defense has been spectacular, New England's overall. So let's not forget about that. It's not like the Chiefs are lighting it up here on offense. So I think this is actually a real dangerous spot for Kansas City. 8.5 is a lot of points to lay on the road. I see a 37, and I get it. The Chiefs have a good defense, so I can see how the New England offense, after having one good half at Pittsburgh, could kind of revert back to itself. But this kind of has it one of those old kind of grinded out, let's just play hard defense and just maybe try to find a way to win it at the end. Let's play hard for the coach type of feel. I could be completely wrong. Maybe the Chiefs get right here and can finally flex their muscles on what really has been, at the end of the day, a bad Patriots team. I just think you're going to get a real good effort here from New England. I think 8.5 is going to be a lot of points. I could see this being a low-scoring game as well, for sure. So I'm not going to get too tricky. Now, if you wanted to, you're going to get some great numbers on the Patriot players on extremely low props. If you think that they can wamboozle the Chiefs to a really good degree, bamboozle, whatever word you want to use. So the Chiefs, Patriots, 8.5. I'm just saying the Chiefs better be careful in this one more than anything. What do you think, Dave?
I've got a couple of comments here. Number one was, I probably watched more New England football. Remember, I'm California-based here, so fortunately I'm not stuck with watching a whole lot of Patriots football. But I probably watched more New England football last week in their Thursday night game
right.
than I have all season.
Yes.
And I, in fantasy football, I will proudly boast that I was the only guy in my entire league who had a player active from
Zeke,
that
yep,
game,
Zeke,
from New England game
yes.
last Thursday, right? And that was Elliott, right? And I thought, you know what, New England's going to try to pound the ball on these guys. Elliott's going to get all the carries. He'll get a cheap touchdown. And it looked like a genius in the end because Elliott had a really nice game. Problem was he couldn't run the ball at all. And every time he ran the ball into the line, he gained a yard. I mean, fortunately, they threw the ball to him 6 or 7 times,
right.
and he caught a touchdown pass. And I was like, if you had told me beforehand that, Elliott's going to get all his, numbers on passing yards, I would have said, you know what? I'm going to be like the other 9 guys in my league. I ain't touching this game. But it worked out really well. Can that happen again? Absolutely not. I mean, they have no running game. And frankly, they don't have much of a passing game either.
Right.
You're not going to swing the ball out to Elliott for 10 yards at a pop like they did last week against Kansas City. I think Kansas City can completely suffocate this offense. I'd be shocked if New England scores 14 points in this game. It's very possible they'll be held. I mean, when last seen at home, weren't they getting shut out by the Chargers?
Right.
It's very possible that they'll score 10 or less. And Kansas City, while they're not rolling, they are way better team than New England is. I think Kansas City kind of named the score in this game, and I'm not talking about 41 to 24. I'm talking about more like 27 to
27.
10.
I was just going to say 27-10. Okay.
Another thought I have on this game, I see a similarity in sports between the Patriots and the Spurs. Both have these legendary coaches who you wonder why are they still coaching,
right?
And you in watching the Spurs, well, it's obvious now why their guy's still there because he's got this generational talent on his team. But as you watch the Spurs play, you kind of see what the coach is thinking, even at 80 years old or whatever he is. He's thinking about the future. It's almost like they intentionally try to lose every game. He does just enough behind the scenes to ensure that they come up short in the game because this is what they need for their future, for their draft picks. I wonder if New England and Belichick aren't in the same mode right now. I mean, he's got to realize he desperately needs a quarterback, right? And how is he going to get that quarterback? Well, you lose the rest of your games this season, and now you've put yourself in a position. They have their draft pick this year.
Yes,
I think.
Yep.
You put yourself in a position where you could end up with the first pick in the draft, the second pick maybe. You get your superstar quarterback by losing games like this. and I'm not saying he's necessarily going to go out there, and Popovich doesn't do this either. He doesn't tell anybody not to try, but he calls for, Popovich calls for, instead of throwing the ball to Wembayana when he knows Wembayana can get a basket, well, let's throw the ball to Sochan and let him shoot a three-pointer that he misses. Oh, darn, we lost by 2 points. And I just think that, in this case, he could devise a game, guys, we can run the ball on Kansas City. We need to pound the ball up the middle. We could do that. And then they pound it. They don't go anywhere. Oh, geez, I guess that didn't work. Darn. We lost. I worry about that with New England, that, if the coach were really thinking about the future of his franchise, they wouldn't show up for this game. I mean, they'd show up enough to lose this game and to lose every other game they're playing this year. And you're maybe that allows you to be competitive against, other really bad teams. But you're playing a Kansas City team that's really upset about the way the game ended last week. You've got to be upset about the way they've played for about a month. They're probably looking to take it out on somebody. And who better than a team on the other side really, really, really isn't trying to win. And so, like I said before, this to me looks like the blowout of the week.
Chiefs over under team points 22.5. Is that the best bet?
Again, I'd look at New England's side and
13.5 for them.
Yeah, I mean, to me, that's better than a 50-50 proposition that they won't get there.
All right, under 13.5 Patriot points. My score was 13-10 in my head. Chiefs. I'll give the Chiefs credit for a win. They just, I don't know, man. They just are not. I don't know, robust. I don't know what word I want to use for these guys.
Well, we've talked about the Chiefs a lot during the year. And the thing about the Chiefs is they're not the same type of team that they've been in the past. They are a far better defensive team, than they've been. They've kind of been an underrated defensive team in the past. I think people are starting to realize that, that this is really a top 5 defensive team. And this is allowing them to play a little differently on offense. And I also think it's dictated the personnel that they've had. Why don't the Chiefs have better wide receivers? Well, because they're spending money in other areas. They're spending money on defensive linemen. They're spending money on cornerbacks. They're not spending money to bring in, some elite wide receiver. Because A, they kind of already have one in their tight end, and B, our quarterback is so good that he doesn't need, elite wide receivers. And so it's brought, that combined with Kansas City's kind of traditional mediocrity in the running game, has brought their offense back to the pack. And so the perception is, wow, they're not as good as they were before. And maybe they aren't, but they're better defensively. And in the playoffs, that's going to be very, you got Mahomes and you've got an elite defense. You're probably going to be favored over every other AFC team in the playoffs. I don't care where that game's played.
All right, Chiefs and Patriots. Del Grande will take the Chiefs in a 27-10 exact score game.
There you go. That's my score.
All right. What does that pay? Let's see here. Just out of interest. Real quick. No correct scores on the board yet for this game. Okay.
But, I think the 13.5, New England's going to have to score 2 touchdowns to get over 13.5. Touchdown, 2 field goals doesn't get you there. I don't see them scoring a touchdown and 3 field goals. I don't see them scoring 4 different times in this game. So can New England score 2 touchdowns in this game? I just don't see it. I don't see how it's happening. They're not going to pass for it. They're not going to run for it. Kansas City, hopefully, not going to give them a gift touchdown. And like I said, and I don't mean to judge this on, one game, but the Chargers came out at New England recently.
Right.
It's not like, well, that was opening week, and they didn't have their quarterback. No. You know, this was 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, and you know, they're basically, you know, they had a running back then. Now they've got you know, some guy who masquerading as a, you know, pass catcher. So
all right. All right, let's get to the next crappy team, the Commanders, because I'm gonna sound like a broken record trying to give these guys a chance to score points to go towards an over game, because you think that they have the wide receiver talent, the quarterback likes to throw it. Here we go. But the Rams have been great on offense. So that being said, 50.5 total points here sounds very, very high, especially for a Commanders team who's been very bad offensively actually here the last couple of weeks. 50.5 seems kind of high, but maybe not, as I kind of actually love Cooper Kupp in this game. The Commanders have let wide receivers run free. The Rams have a lot of wide receivers. They even have Robinson now. Where did DeMarcus Robinson come from here in the last few weeks? Now, Tutu Atwell getting hurt. I'm going to assume he's been out, and he's been a non-factor. But Robinson now might be a great little supplement to Nakua and Kupp overall. And you see Stafford, he looks like he's top of his game here. You talk about teams who can name their score. I really actually think the Rams could almost name their score this week. But I'll give the Commanders credit for being able to get some points here as well. Now, if we're going to play the correct score game, I was thinking potentially even up to the high 30s, low 40s for the Rams in this scenario. And I got to give the Commanders credit for about 20 anyway. But I think the Rams can blow out the Commanders here in a high-scoring game. And the Rams are as hot as it gets for any team, even with the loss last week, which I don't know if you saw that, Dave, or have an opinion on that. We haven't talked about the officials yet. But if there's any worse call of the weekend, it was the punt return for the Ravens that had about 4 blocks at the back that got them into the end zone to win the game. I mean, that at every point of the game, it almost seemed like the Rams kind of deserved it, except for when they gave up that long touchdown on 3rd and 17 at the 9-yard line or whatever it was. But give me the Rams to rebound here well to beat the Commanders and almost a name your score type of game where the Commanders can probably score some points finally after their offense kind of mucked it up here. They're coming off the bye week, so I think that's going to help. But again, the coach is out. He's lame duck. Maybe they kind of come in and put up a charge-in type of effort as well. But I'll trust the Rams at least here to be able to score a lot. So maybe the blowout better than the over. But give me the Rams in this. What do you think?
I agree 100% with what you've said. You know, the Rams' performance against the Ravens was incredible. I mean, it's one thing to hang in there for a full game, and maybe you're surprising the other team. They took you lightly. They're in the middle of a title race in the AFC, and they're playing somebody weak in the an NFC, and they're at home. They think they're going to blow you out, and they let the team hang around for a while. That seemed to be the case, and then the Ravens at the end started to exert themselves. But the Rams, on at least a couple of occasions, came right back. And just when you thought they were dead, they're finally, the reality is set in, they come right back and march down the field and get what they need, to take a late lead, to get the game to overtime. That was an incredible performance by the Rams last week. Possible to get momentum for a loss. In this case, you would think so. I mean, that was this is the team that people are talking about, going to the Super Bowl from the AFC, and you played them toe to toe for 60 minutes. And they're, as you indicated, you didn't even talk about their running game, but the Rams got a really nice thing going in their passing game now, and they've got like the hottest running back in the league going. There's no way Washington is stopping all of that. And I think the Rams could name, their point total in this game. I certainly think that Kyron Williams, I wouldn't want to be, this is the first week of the fantasy playoffs in most leagues. I wouldn't want to be going up against him. There are very few guys I'd put on that short list of, guys who I'm hoping I don't see in the playoffs this week. He's one of them. He's someone who just seems to score a touchdown or two every week. As much as the Rams are throwing the ball, he's involved.
Right.
Rushing a lot. I think he's going to have monster numbers this week. I think all the Rams are. I think the Rams, could easily be projected to score into the 30s here. And the question is, what can we expect from the Commanders? They're the NFC's version of the Texans. I mean, there was 3-4 weeks ago, I was thinking, man, if these two teams ever played each other, it would be the highest scoring game in NFL history. I mean, both these teams are just, can't be stopped. Well, the Texans kind of slowed down a little, but Washington's gone in reverse. I mean, they've been terrible on offense, and I don't really understand why. They don't have much of a running game. Of course, that's never going to help you long term, but they do have a lot of weapons in their passing game. They had a quarterback who seemed to be coming along really well. I don't really get it, what's happened with them. That said, I think that as they fall farther and farther behind in this game, that's not necessarily a bad thing for them because it's going to force them to throw the ball more, which is what they do best anyway. I think they can. I can see the second half in this game being very high scoring, especially if the Rams Rams go into halftime and they're leading 20-3, or oh boy, this game has been boring.
Right.
And then Washington comes out in the second half and scores 2 or 3 meaningless touchdowns where they end up losing 37-24 or something like that. That wow, remember when we thought this game was boring? This game turned into a 65-point outing. Now the total on this game seems a little out of hand. That's considering how bad Washington's been on offense, can you really expect this game to get to 50 points? Well, I have a feeling it's going to get there. I wouldn't want to test that number, but I certainly would go with green light. I mean, of all the games this week, to me, this is your green light special for certainly for Williams. I would think Stafford would have a nice game. Of course, Kupp always does. And I think Rams offense in many ways you would green light them. And I was also thinking Washington's passing game. I can see them. I can see it when push comes to shove. Howell might have 80 passing yards at halftime and 320 by the time the game's over. I think he will. Doesn't matter, meaningful or meaningless. All those yards are going to count for him. I think when all said and done, he and his receivers will have big numbers as well. So, but my number one play in this game would have to be Williams. Now I'm guessing he's going to be an odds-on favorite to score a touchdown in this game. Am I correct?
Yeah, it's not pretty. Minus 320, minus
320. Wow.
Plus 145 for 2. Kupp's plus 115 for 1.
Plus 1. Williams scores 2 touchdowns more often than not.
Right.
I wouldn't take the 1 touchdown. I mean, that's a little ridiculous. But I take him for 2 touchdowns. I take him for over his rushing total. Hopefully it's under 90.
Let's see here. I believe that it is. Has everything just flashed a lock? Let's see if flash a lock means they just locked everything out. So let's see if that pops up. No, yeah, props off the market for rushing. So yeah, what would you figure his baseline would be, or what would be your minimal comfort level with him? 70, 80?
I think he's going to go over 100.
Okay.
I would hope it's his total's not in the 90s. They usually don't put totals.
No, I don't think it's that high.
Yeah.
It'd be 68 or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, if it's under 70, I think that's an incredibly strong play. If it's under 80, then I'll give it a 3-star selection. If they put it at 90 or higher, well, then we have to think twice about it. But hope they put a 79 on it. Hope they put a 69 on it. I think that's going to end up being your play, then you're going to have to go to 2 touchdowns on him. I think he can do that, but I also think that he's more likely to get a 100-yard rushing game than he is to get 2 touchdowns, although they kind of work together.
The second half over-under is 24.5 points, which is lower than the first half, actually.
Yeah, well, that, I mean, I like that. I think that, I can see if you think the Rams are going to win this game comfortably, which I do, then it should lead to a lot of points in the second half, because the total in this game is going to be dictated by how many points Washington scores. And I think Washington will score more as the Rams care less. And so I can see them having a low-scoring first half, which actually would benefit the total in the second half. I like the total in the second half. That's far better play in my mind than the total of the game itself.
Rams total points 29.5 for their side.
Yeah, I mean, there's another one. I mean, a lot of these things all work together.
Right.
If you want to put Williams to score 2 touchdowns and the Rams to score 29.5 points and the second half to be over 24 or whatever. I mean, these things all work well together.
Okay.
It's one of these things hits, the next thing's going to hit, and they're escalating the price for you. So if you really feel strongly, and this, I think I feel more strongly about this game than maybe any other game on the ticket here, in terms of, kind of see where this game is headed. The Rams are going to be able to run up in the really nice numbers in this game. And if you feel strongly about it, then, go all in on, a lot of these things, parlay them together. And if you're right, then you really cash a nice ticket at the end.
A lot of people have the Rams as their, or they probably have the Rams as survivor pick. So it looks like they'd be a survivor pick layup for me anyway, if I was still in there.
Well, it's, to the point where if you can't pick the same team
right
more than once in the season, you're 14 weeks into it or whatever. And, you've probably exhausted a lot of your good options. You're very happy to see a game like this where, man, I'd never considered the Rams before. But here's your chance.
All right. The 49ers are in Arizona. The Niners have handled business fairly easily against the Cardinals here in recent years. Minus 12.5 now, which is down from 13.5. Over under is 48. I'll give you credit on some Trey McBride, the tight end for the Cardinals. He's been pretty nice. Now the Cardinals have had a bye too since their win in Pittsburgh a couple of weeks back, in which they seem to move the ball up and down the field effortlessly on Pittsburgh. Kyler Murray zipping the ball around a little bit. The 49ers are a little different animal. In fact, really looking into some stats this year, I mean, they really do kind of, on their power rating, kind of compare to some of the classic strong teams that have won Super Bowls in the past decades, like, the Elway Broncos, for example, stuff like that. So the Niners coming in as just one of the juggernauts here of the early 2020s, probably maybe the best one that we've had overall, if healthy. That is, we all know that, as their game changes completely when they're missing a piece. But they are healthy here. Looks like they can go ahead and clinch the division, if I'm correct on that, this week as well. But that's not the biggest deal to them. They are still playing for overall seeding as well, so very motivated they will be after this week. I want to make a little case for the Cardinals just because they've been so scrappy. I mean, maybe kind of like how the game went last week with the 49ers. Now, I will say that DK Metcalf, when that one touchdown that he had, it looks like he had pretty decent coverage. The cornerback just kind of turned at the wrong time, and the ball went right by him as his head turned. So DK was able to get into the end zone. Besides that, not really much. I mean, it's just hard not to see the 49ers flex their muscles at the end of the day here. But maybe the Cardinals can stay within this double digit spread on the road either. So what about in this circumstance with the 49ers. Great team, favored to win the Super Bowl. Arizona, any chance for them to keep it within reach?
I find it hard to believe. I mean, the only thing that you would think Arizona has going for it is this, 49ers next week, I think, play Baltimore.
Yeah, it's Baltimore.
Or
Look ahead game. Yes. That's the Christmas night game. Yep, coming up.
Yeah, and so it's, they've got a big game coming up. They've had a stretch here where they played Seattle a couple of times. They played Philadelphia. They've kind of had a real tough stretch of the schedule that they've survived and they've gotten past. This is the 1 week where they can take a deep breath to say, okay, this is like our bye week. We're playing Arizona. Let's not anybody get hurt. We got a big game coming up against Baltimore. That to me is a bit of a concern. But they do still, they can't afford. That's the thing about the parity of the league. You've got a lot of these bad teams who really are bad, but they don't. Sometimes because they play other bad teams, they don't look so bad. So maybe that catches the attention of the good teams. Well, oh gee, we can't take this team so lightly, and then you play them. You say, oh gee, why didn't we take them lightly? They're terrible. And I think that's what you got here. I think the 49ers, if they really tried, could win this game 41-7 or 41-14. I just wonder how much they're going to try. And an interesting, to me, again, maybe I give this kind of thing too much thought, but there's a lot of discussion about who the MVP of the league is. And for a long time, we've talked about this. I always give it to a quarterback. But would you put McCaffrey? Would you put Tyreek Hill in that conversation? Well, for a long time, we talked about McCaffrey. We still talk about Hill. But McCaffrey's kind of slipped out of the conversation a little. Purdy has now entered that conversation. The coach was asked during the week, if he had a pick among the two, and of course he wouldn't answer that. But you wonder if the 49ers, if the coach is going to try not to play favorites when it comes to, all right, we got the ball at the 2-yard line. Do I want to hand it to McCaffrey for a second touchdown, or do I want to fake it to McCaffrey so my quarterback gets his touchdown and they both,
Right.
I'm not promoting one or the other. I mean, I almost, you would think that that has to enter the coach's mindset, especially in a game like this where they should, they should win easily no matter what play you call. You're going to get into the end zone. But who do I want to score that touchdown? Because I think this could be a huge game for McCaffrey. He hasn't had one of these in a long time. He's had good yardage. He hasn't been scoring the touchdowns lately. And he's kind of due for a really big monster game. But I just wonder, is this, when he's got a chance to put the stamp on that big monster game, if they're going to fake it to him and throw one to Debo, or fake it to him and throw one to Kittle in the end zone, just so Purdy can get his second TD pass.
They did that last week. Right.
Well, that's the thing. And like I'm saying, McCaffrey, but in the games where you're playing good teams, sometimes you have to do that. Sometimes you look and you say, well, Seattle's stacking the box. It would make sense for us to fake it here. Early in the season, they would have given the ball to McCaffrey, no matter who the defense was. I mean, they wanted him to get his streak going, to continue his streak. And that one game that became the last game where he didn't get it became kind of a farce where he stayed in the game late and they threw the ball to him down by the goal line when they didn't need to. I mean, that was kind of a joke, but it was an indication that they're really trying to get him into the end zone as often as possible. They're past that stage now. It's almost they're to the stage where, he's out of the running and Purdy's in the running. Let's try to get him, let's swing it to Debo. Let's run our stupid little, snap it, shotgun snap, and then have him throw the ball 1 foot, underhand in front of him to Debo running, the jet sweep kind of thing. Instead of handing it to them like we used to in the old days, no, we're going to have them run in front of the quarterback so we can flip it to him so that it counts as a pass.
And kill his Debo rushing props in the meantime. Yeah.
Touchdown. Right, and the quarterback gets the TD. And so that's, just, from a prop standpoint, that's my biggest concern in this game is that, I'd love to think that McCaffrey's going to have a monster game here. I'm just afraid that, the last thing you want is, I've got him for 3 touchdowns here at this game at, plus 1,200 or whatever it is. And, and they're at the 1 yard line. They're going to hand it to him. And then they fake it to him and there's Debo running around the end. And, there goes my, my pot of gold. So, anyways, I do think the 49ers, I don't think the letdown thing's going to be a big factor. I think they're going to put up big numbers in this game, but they'll probably end up spreading it around, kind of as they have in recent weeks.
Keeping everyone happy seems to be a good trick for them anyway.
Right.
Sure.
And,
they don't have
and
anyone
again,
complaining.
kind of like Tyron Williams, you've got McCaffrey here who, is a lock to score a touchdown.
Right.
But, I don't want to lay 350 on that either.
Right. And most of the touchdown props are off the board. But I will say this, the Purdy 3 touchdowns or more has been one of the better ones to bet on all year. He's done that a lot of times, I feel like, anyway. I'm not sure how many games he's had 3 touchdowns or more that he's played here, but I feel like it's cashed with the value of the odds that they're paying you overall anyway.
Well, yeah, I mean, as they've gotten away, I mean, earlier in the year, it was McCaffrey, scoring 2 touchdowns.
Right.
And, always scoring 1, sometimes scoring 2. And the 49ers, they're not a team that scores in the 40s. So, they were getting 4 touchdowns a game. And McCaffrey was getting half of them, and I mean, obviously if he's getting 2 out of the 4, well, then Purdy's only getting 2 out of the 4. But now it's kind of gone to more of a 3-to-1 ratio. And in some weeks, I think like last week, I don't think McCaffrey scored last week, maybe 2 weeks in a row now. But, 49ers are still getting their 3 or 4 touchdowns, and McCaffrey isn't getting any of them. And they don't have any other running backs. So that, they're scoring through the air. And so Purdy, and this is why he's, entered the conversation. It just seems that, over the course of the last 5 or 6 weeks, he's thrown for, 12, 14 touchdowns.
Potential fun game in Buffalo with Dallas. In Buffalo with the Cowboys coming into town, -1.5 for the Bills. Here we go with another high over under 50.5. Now it looks like we have an 80% chance of rain here at game time. And if you want to play the same kind of comparison game, which we did on the Saturday slate with the Steelers and the Browns against the Colts, I'm wondering if you can almost kind of do the same thing with the Bills versus the Cowboys, since the Cowboys and the Eagles seem pretty similar, at least to me in my eyes. Maybe a little bit different for you. But I almost feel like it could be the same kind of deal. Now, in the first game, the Bills played the Eagles. It was a lower scoring first half, and then the game really got off there in the second half. Now, we do have rain. I guess it's really going to depend on how bad that it is, but there's plenty of offensive talent on both of these teams to overcome the weather. And I guess we just need to know a little bit more about this. But can you see the Cowboys offense succeeding overall? Bills offense having success at home? Can we get the 50.5 here? And what this should be really the funnest game of the weekend, I think overall.
Yeah, there's been one of these games seemingly every week for the last 3 or 4 weeks. And most of them have been good games. I mean, the Dallas game last week against Philly, was more of a blowout than we've seen on a lot of these types of games. But Dallas, Dallas on the road is a different animal. Dallas is such a juggernaut at home, and Dallas goes on the road. I don't think that they're. I think Buffalo at home is a better team than Dallas is on the road. And yet, I think these are 2 really good teams. Obviously, it's a huge game, you could argue the most important game of the season to date for both of these teams. I mean, Dallas flat out cannot afford to lose this game, or they're going to be a wild card team for sure. Buffalo can't afford to lose this game, or they're very good chance they're not even going to make the playoffs. I mean, they both go in like this is a playoff game, but like you said, it could very well resemble a playoff game in terms of the weather in Buffalo. 50.5 points in Buffalo weather. I don't see it.
Right,
And especially the way Dallas plays on the road, I think that Dallas has played well defensively. I think Buffalo is a decent defensive team, even though they don't show it sometimes. Especially at home, I think that this could be a surprisingly, I don't want to say surprisingly low scoring, because it's not going to be 17-14 game. But I just don't see, somebody's going to have to score 27, 28 points in this game, and then the other team is going to have to get into the mid-20s. I don't know. I can see
22-19
both defenses being good enough to not allow either one of those things to happen. So I've said this a lot with these big games, and here we go again. I'd rather sit and watch a game like this than to try to think that I can predict how it's going to turn out, because I really think it's, in the end, I expect Buffalo to win this game, but I don't really know why. Maybe I'm underestimating Dallas, but Dallas is going to have to show me that they can win this kind of game on the road, and in order for me to be convinced. And I'm not going to be surprised if Dallas once again, plays a subpar road game in a big game like this. We've seen this at San Francisco already. We saw this at Philadelphia to a lesser extent. Here we go again. So I'm going to stay away from this game, and I'll give you a prediction that Buffalo is going to win this game. But I don't think it's going to be 28-27. I think it's going to be more like 24-23.
Do you want to throw under 50.5 in our little
totals
parlay?
I feel I've overrated Buffalo's defense. I don't know what the problem is with Buffalo's defense. How much can the weather help them? How much can Dallas's inability to play well on the road help them? And these games,
these are hard games. These are hard games,
right? These classic matchups have tended to be pretty high scoring, and so which isn't necessarily what I would have expected for any of them. Not what I expect for this one, but I've learned my lesson that
right.
it could very well happen again. So just watch it, enjoy it, and keep an eye on that crawler on the bottom of the screen as the Rams score another touchdown.
Monday night, the Eagles, I think you said that you liked them yesterday on the Saturday show, are at the Seahawks. Seahawks catching 3 at home, over under 47.5. Do the Eagles get right here?
I think so. I mean, the only question about them is what's left in the tank.
Mm-hmm.
The NFL schedule.
Good question. Yeah.
I think there was something wrong with the NFL schedule this year. And now, granted, you can't necessarily predict these things ahead of time, but there's been way too many good games of late.
Hard games in a row.
Few of them early on. I mean, if you look at Philadelphia's schedule, if you pull, I don't know if you can pull it up there, but base their first 7 games compared to their next 7 games, right? And if you look at their last string of games here, where they played Dallas twice, I want to say they played Miami, want to say they played Kansas City. I know they played San Francisco. I mean, it's like, you got to be kidding me.
Right. Cowboys, Chiefs, Bills, 49ers, Cowboys again, now at the Seahawks.
There you go. I mean, look at that. Say that one more time. Those 5 games.
So Cowboys at the Chiefs, home against the Bills, home against the 49ers, at Dallas.
That's not fair.
And now at Seattle.
I mean, why Why wasn't the Buffalo game in week 2? Why wasn't the one of the Dallas games in week 5? Why do they all have to be in a row here? I mean, 5. It's no wonder they ran out of gas last week. I mean, you can't play 5 games like that in a row. And now, it's going to all even out. Well, yes, it is, because their last 3 games are going to be against the Giants.
They need the Vikings this week. They needed the Vikings last week or something like that.
This is the game. This is the buffer game. This is the one where, do they have anything left in the tank? And they got to fly across the country. But at the same time, they have to recognize, guys, this is the one game we play for the rest of the season where we need to show up. I know you're all tired. You're all banged up. We've had these 5 monster games in a row, but we cannot afford a letdown in this game. We cannot afford, for you not to play in this game because you're hurting. You need to take a game off. Take next week's game off against the Giants. We won't need you next week. We need you this week because Seattle is halfway decent, compared to these other teams that we're playing. And so I expect, part of me expects that, that Philadelphia's players are going to say, you know what, Coach, I got nothing left. I've left it all on the table these last 4 weeks. I fell flat like everybody else this last game against Dallas. I need a bye week. And then there you got half the other team that's saying that, guys, come on, this is the last mile of the marathon. I know you're tired, but this is it. This the goal. The finish line's in sight, and the finish line for us is 9 p.m. Pacific time on Monday night, because we get to the finish line standing. We beat Seattle. We now,
you get the Giants twice and the Cardinals after that.
Right. Yeah. We win our division, and that, now we go into the playoffs, and we don't have to, we get a bye week. We don't, you need a vacation. That, we're going to get one if we can win this game, and get that bye week in the playoffs. Because if we lose this game, and we're going to end up having to play that first week in the playoffs on the road, against a division winner. And we're, and before we even play Dallas and the 49ers. And so, this is a very, very big game for Philly. I think they will give it everything they've got. I think they're headed west, knowing how critical this game is. I think they're, Seattle has demonstrated. Seattle's also had a very, very tough stretch in their schedule where they played the 49ers, twice here recently, among other good teams.
Right.
I think they're probably equally tired, and now they're staring at Philadelphia rather than Philadelphia staring at Seattle. So the gauntlet continues for Seattle. It's almost like if I were Seattle, and I understand teams don't play this way, but if I were Seattle, I'd say, you know what, guys, let's take this week off. We're going to lose this game. We can afford to lose this game and still make the playoffs if we win our final 3 games. And in order to win our final 3 games, we need to be well rested. So why are we going to go out there and kill ourselves against Philadelphia in a game we're going to lose? Why don't we just take it easy, get everybody healthy, and then come back and win our final 3 games, which we can do. That'll get us into the playoffs, and that's our goal. Our goal is not to beat Philadelphia. That doesn't get you anywhere. If it costs you a player or two, costs you to be exhausted going in down the stretch here. That's not, the best thing that can happen for you at this point is if you don't show up this week and instead you show up those final 3 weeks. So, again, they're not thinking this way, but Philadelphia is definitely not thinking this way. This is a game they have to have. This is not a game Seattle has to have. Philly's the better team. I think Philly, is going to find a way to win this game, and get themselves back on track.
Hurts -150 for a touchdown. Would that be the best play in this game?
To me, I think he's got to get Brown going in the passing game. Brown is such an important factor. You know what? And Goddard last week came back, caught a couple of passes.
Right.
He's another guy who's very important to this team. I think that, the priority one for them in this game is to get those two weapons up to speed. I take both of those guys to score a touchdown. Again, in my try two guys, one guy hits, you end up winning money. Both guys hit, you win a lot of money. So rather than lay $1, lay 150, on a quarterback who doesn't, he knows,
dinged up quarterback.
Man, I get through this game, then I've got 3 real easy games these next 3 weeks. I can't afford to do something stupid like take on the star middle linebacker there at the goal line and get flattened. Let's just stop and throw the ball to Brown. Get him going again, because he's one of these guys who's just so critical to this team's success, and he's temperamental. He wants the ball more often, this is a game where feed the big dog. Get the ball to him, get the ball to Goddard, get your big supporting cast, back up to speed, because we're going to need them come playoff time. So I think that, to me, and who knows, you get the ball at the 1 yard line, and then it's a no brainer. You run your stupid little play, and he gets his touchdown. But you don't get the ball down there. I don't think he's going to be, I don't think it's going to be a priority that let's let him run it in on our quarterback draw here and take the chance that he runs into Wagner on the way. Let's throw the ball to Brown and try to make him happy. So I'm going with Brown and with Goddard, touchdown apiece in this game, both at plus numbers presumably, and
plus 115 and plus 290.
Yeah, there again, good. Make a little profit hitting one if one guy hits, and make a nice little profit if they both hit. So that's where I'm going with this game. I think Philly will get their offense going, and should be able to put up some decent offensive numbers in this game.
We have a ticket going with the Titans over 20.5 points, plus 104 now. So we're getting a little bit better number. Under 13.5 New England Patriot points, minus 106, and over 24.5 points with the Commanders and the Rams in the second half. Right now, is there anything we haven't talked about you want to add to that, or anything else that we have talked about do you want to add to that?
No. I think that I think we've touched on it. I think that to me, the green light kind of teams this week are going to be Tennessee. We've mentioned that. The Rams definitely. I'd certainly want at least one piece of that Rams game, if not more.
Yeah, we're gonna have to mix up some Henry and some Kyren Williams or something.
We can play other aspects of that game as well. So, I do think that. I some way, shape, or form, I want Williams. Kyren Williams. And you didn't have a rushing total for him, but if his rushing total is reasonable.
Then, take that, right. Throw him in there. So that would take this bet to somewhere around 13-1 with those three totals and the Kyren Williams
over the rushing total. But that to me is I'd want him in on that ticket as well.
All right, your fantasy playoffs start this week, right? Any concerns?
Well, in some ways they started last night. Thursday night. when, I've got Keenan Allen. Fortunately, they announced ahead of time that he wasn't playing, so I was able to take him out of the lineup. But we've talked about my team kind of staggering to the finish line here. Got the number 1 seed in my league, so I draw number 4. But number 4's got Lamb and Tyreek Hill on the same team with Josh Allen. So it's doesn't have a lot of depth, but he's got, with those 2 wideouts, I'm just hoping for non-fireworks. But man, both those 2 guys have been on fire. So I'm going to have to come up. It's a 2-week thing, so I've got time. But I've got, my team is staggering. I mean, I've got, Taylor still out of the lineup. I got Allen now who's out of the lineup. I've got Jefferson, who, is he even in the lineup? I mean, I played him last week, and then he gets hurt again. Now, granted, it wasn't the same injury, and he seems to be back this week, but now he's without a quarterback. He's without his, a big question mark at quarterback. I've got Andrews, probably out for the season. But I've got Goddard as my backup tight end. But where is he? And so I've got a lot of question marks in terms of injuries. I expected at this point that I'd be firing on all cylinders, and I think I've got easily the best team in the league. But no Taylor, no Allen, no Andrews, and question marks with Goddard, and Jefferson. I forgot to mention him as a big question mark. So I kind of feel like the Eagles. I've come back to the pack here, and while I'm playing Tampa Bay in the first round of the playoffs, you know what? I'm staggering. Even Tampa Bay can beat me at this point. So, and like I said, fortunately, Allen wasn't one of these, play the first series and then decide to take the rest of the game off. At least I could get him out of the lineup. But I need him back. I need him back next week. And is he going to play again? Why would he? I mean, that team should completely go in the tank. As they did Thursday night. Why would he want to play the rest of the season with this backup quarterback, or maybe go to the 3rd string quarterback now moving forward? And so he, is Taylor ever coming back? I've got these guys, is Jefferson going to be the same? I've got these guys where, oh my goodness, this is not what it was supposed to be.
Do you regret making that trade for Jefferson at this point?
I talked that over with somebody else the other day, and looking at it from when I made the trade, I traded.
And you're a fan of trades because you think fantasy owners should trade. That's part of the deal. That's part of the fun. But go ahead. Yes.
Yeah, and it was when I offer a trade to somebody, I put a lot of thought into it. I don't believe in making trades where I'm going to offer bare minimum and try to take advantage of the guy. To me, when somebody does that to me, I immediately think, you've got to be kidding me. Who do you think I am, a complete idiot? And I hang up the phone or don't return the email or whatever. I mean, to me, that's a non-starter. To me, when I make a trade, it's like, I've thought about this. I've looked at your team, and I think this makes you better. You really should consider this. This is not the start of a negotiation. This is a, take it or leave it kind of deal. And, sometimes you barter back and forth. You come up with something different. But so I offered him Swift, Mostert, and Thielen, for Justin Jefferson, who had just gotten injured and was going to be out at least 4 weeks. The guy was 1-6 at the time. Without Justin Jefferson, he was going to be 2-9 by the time he came back and out of the picture. He needed to win right away. I was giving him like the number 2, the number 3, running backs in the entire league at that point, and Thielen, who had been surprisingly good. But they were, again, you look at my team, I've got McCaffrey. I've got Taylor. They're my starting running backs. I don't really need Mostert and Swift. I even got Rashawn White as a backup. So I don't, I could trade those two guys without killing my team. Then I've got, A.J. Brown and Allen and Moore from the Bears as my wideouts. And so, I didn't need Thielen. I wasn't even playing Thielen. So I was giving up, in essence, 3 backup guys in order to get Jefferson basically for the playoffs. And would I do that again? Yes, I would do that again. Because, if Jefferson were healthy, think about my team now. If my guys were healthy, I have McCaffrey and Taylor would be my running backs. I have A.J. Brown and Jefferson and Allen as my wide receivers. There's nobody in the world has 5 guys like that all on the same team, right? And then I would have Andrews, if Andrews were healthy.
Right.
It's like this is the best team. This is the number 1 team in the nation, with all those guys. So would I make that trade again? I absolutely would, because part of that is the headache. I have McCaffrey. I only got room for one other running back. And I got the number 2 and the number 3 running backs in the league. Well, which one do I play? And heck, I'm not even talking, here's Taylor coming back from his injury. Well, can I play 2 of those 3? Do I put somebody at flex? Do I not play more? It was just, when you have a lot of depth on your team, it's not a good thing. It's like, no, it gives me a headache every week playing the guy, or I played the wrong guy. Why didn't I play this guy? You know what? I'd rather trade that depth and give me 5 guys who can all play rather than 9 guys who can all play. Just so I can play those 5 guys and pencil them in every week. And that's kind of what I expected at this point. And heaven knows I wouldn't have expected. Well, you don't got Taylor, and you don't got Allen, and you don't got Andrews. And, do you really have Jefferson? It's like, this is not where I wanted to be. But, is Taylor coming back next week? Maybe. Is Jefferson ready to play a big game this week? Maybe. Can Goddard fill in for Andrews? Maybe. Is Allen going to play again? Maybe. It's like, if I still have the potential to have this monster team, and I don't need it today. It'd be nice to have it next week if I need it, for the second leg of the first round of the playoffs. I might not even need it then. If I can get it for the finals, get to the finals, and then get all these guys in the lineup, I'll take it. But I got to get there first, and it could very well come down to, can the Jets defense slow down Tyreek Hill, and can the Buffalo defense slow down CeeDee Lamb? Now, I'm glad that Miami's playing the Jets and Dallas is playing Buffalo, because if Miami were playing, the Texans, and if Dallas were playing the Cardinals, then I'd really be doomed. So I'm just hoping for a big game from the Jets defense, hoping for a big game for the Buffalo defense. And, and that will probably dictate, how well I do this week, more so than, how are my guys doing? Because I can count on, I got Rashawn White and, filling in the lineup this week. He's been very good. I can count on McCaffrey to give me his usual game. Hopefully I can count on A.J. Brown to give me his usual game. So, I'll find a way to score my points, even limping into it. Question is, how many points is the other guy going to score? So that's where I stand.
Kyron Williams on the board now. I was way off. 87.5 for his rushing prop.
Yeah, that's about as high as I would, want to go there. But the farther they get ahead, the more he's going to run the ball. this guy's been very, very impressive.
How about 19 and a half rushing attempts? Would that be better?
I don't know.
Right. He could have that on one
take
run.
the risk that they're going to be ahead in this game, that they will run the ball more. The more he's handled the ball, obviously, the more yardage he's going to gain. I think he's going to go over 100 yards in this game. So, I'll take him at over 87 or whatever as part of our big ticket.
It is the Commanders. All right, Dave, we appreciate the double dose this week. Good luck on everything. Good luck in your fantasy, and we'll get together. Well, it looks like a double dose next week too, but we'll be in touch about that. So have a good rest of the weekend. Enjoy the games.
Okay, thanks. You too.
Yep, we will be right back after this. Dependable Solutions can provide all voiceover services for your advanced audio production needs. Think of us as an inexpensive option, no matter what the size of the project is. From one-word cameos to full script productions, contact Dependable Solutions at 757-354-5517.
Know your gambling limits. Don't ever bet what you can't cover. Wagering on sports is only fun when you do it the right way. Not every bet will win. When you get on a bad run, know it and avoid trouble. Know your gambling limits.
Family owned and operated, CP Shuckers Cafe and Raw Bar specializes in delicious cuisine, refreshing drinks, and a laid-back atmosphere. We opened our doors in 1995 and have enjoyed being a place to either relax or celebrate ever since. Whether you are in the mood to indulge in a great meal with your friends and family or watch the game, we promise that our inventive menu, attentive service, and skilled bartenders will have you truly satisfied. Both of our locations have spacious outdoor patios for enjoying the breeze and catching a little sun. Our friendly staff at CP Shuckers will make your next dining experience a pleasant one by delivering personal care. We are open until 2 a.m. Full menu will be served until 10 p.m. and late night limited menu until 1 a.m. For larger parties, please give the location of choice a call. Pacific Avenue, 757-425-8676 or Shore Drive, 757-412-2929. More information at cpshuckers.com. Thank you for your continued support and have a shucking good time.
Control your alcohol. Don't fight. Don't drink and drive. Your one punch could kill someone. It happens. If you're behind the wheel, you may think you are fine, but then the other driver is under the influence of texting, and then you are done. Control your alcohol.
Are you still alive in Survivor Pool? The crowd is thinning out. If you are, there are not many candidates to choose from. So let's see if we can go through that list right now, see what we can dissect. And we should probably do that via any line movement we've had here in the last couple of hours. So let's see. Lots of line movement overnight. Let's see where we stand right now, just before 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time here on the East Coast, broadcasting live from our beautiful Chicks Beach studios. This is the Round Robin. I am Stephen Murray. Let's go to Green Bay first. Good weather there, -3.5, 42.5. That is the same line on that one. Let's see. Next game on the board. Indoors, Saints 5.5, 39.5. No line movement there. Rain in Carolina. Now, this over-under has now dropped to 32.5. The Falcons down to only -2.5 at Carolina. So money coming in on the one-win Panthers against the Falcons, who, trust me, they have not impressed me. I don't know how anyone can get behind them as far as Survivor goes. Yeah, so we'll go into that Survivorness. I don't know if you could use Green Bay against Tampa. That's kind of a little ballsy as I pull up our man, Nephew Dave. Let me see if I can get your camera a little better here, David. Stick that CD right there. There we go.
There we go.
I like that. In fact, there we go. A little better angle. Nice Admiral's flag, tennis racket. You got the great one, Wayne Gretzky, in your view as well. All right, so Survivor pick, Dave. Green Bay for you?
Yeah, Steve. Probably if you have them.
You would? Okay, Saints. I think that's a fair shot today. Although the Packers, if you had them last week, you remember how the Giants took you out. But I would maybe take the Saints. Would you?
Yeah, Steve. I mean, you have to at least give it a thought, being that, they're playing the one-win Carolina Panthers.
Oh, no, the Saints and the Giants.
Oh,
but the Falcons outright.
That's right. Tough, Steve. Yeah.
That's last week, actually.
I would still take them.
Last week's
but Giants, winners of 3 in a row, so you have to watch out for that. That could be the Giants coming in there and ruining your day sneakily.
That game is scaring me the closer we get to it. I would not take the Falcons. I would maybe consider Tennessee against Houston. I think it's still going out on a limb. Case Keenum, the quarterback now for Houston. So I would think that that's an upgrade from Davis Mills. And I think this game might be a little tighter than some people have said. Del Grande loves the Titans here. But I would consider Tennessee in Survivor. Would you?
I think so, just with the injury at quarterback. I think so.
Everyone has used Miami, so I think we need to throw them out. Cleveland and Chicago. Would you use Cleveland?
I think this is probably a good spot.
Really?
It's at home. If it was on the road, we've seen,
I've heard arguments on both sides of this coin today. I expect that to actually be maybe a funner game with an over. Cleveland does play some over games. I could see them and the Bears actually kind of getting it going. Flacco and Fields against each other, to be honest. Cleveland defensive numbers a little bit skewed. I'd be aware of that. Would you use the Chiefs against my Patriots?
Yeah, I think you have to.
And the Rams against your Commanders? I mean,
easily, yes.
All right, so there's plenty of survivor picks. 49ers would have been mine. I still had the 49ers. I would have used them this week against Arizona. But, man, look at all these plays on the board. It looks like – I mean, is that obvious? I mean, I feel like these spreads are all close. I mean, these games could go either way. You sound a little bit more confident than me, Dave, in some of these. A lot of craziness here as we get down the stretch. Again, just if you go – we talked about them earlier, but if you go ahead and click on where everyone sits seeding-wise, I mean, you have all kinds of teams jockeying for position. Dave Del Grande said it himself in the fact that you have just a bunch of teams now that are not as good as they portray themselves to be. So who's going to fall off? A lot will be telling today. We're going to have to try to find some good numbers for sure. Philly, Seattle, would you wouldn't consider that any kind of survivor, would you?
I don't think so. You probably don't have either of them left either.
Ravens and Jaguars is probably a no. Bills and Cowboys, interesting game there, is definitely a no for survivor. If you have either one of them, I think a lot of people still may have Buffalo, to be honest.
Really tough spot to try and use them today, though.
We do have a couple of comments. Let's see here. So our man, the Great Wint, wants to know if we have any love for Tucker Kraft today. So we need to remember that once we get into this Green Bay game. We'll see if the Ant-Man emerges. He might have celebrated the night away, man. That's going to be an unknown commodity what we get out of him
right
this morning. He could have been going to the rim, as they say, celebrating his big winnings on Saturday and Thursday. So tickets have been being cashed here on the show by everyone here in the last month or so. We will try to see me and Nephew Dave here. We're trying to really put a dagger into some of these for a nice big Christmas, New Year's payout. So that's going to be our angle today, and we shall see what we have. All right, so not much line movement here in the last 2 hours. Niners did go down to 11.5 earlier, if I continue with the line talk. The Bills over under. Yeah, Bills up to 2.5 now. Over under down to 49.5, so that has moved. Surprised the Rams have not gotten to 7 yet.
That's an alt line play coming up right there. I think I'd take them 13.5.
You're listening to that from a Commanders fan, people. You got to keep that in mind too as well. I'm going to give my Patriots a little bit of credit here as we go down through the list. Crazy. Well, it's going to be hard to really dissect the division numbers after last night. Let's see. Is everything even on the board? We went through this yesterday. Not really. Denver's really kind of fallen off on their number from where it was. It was at plus 900, now down to plus 2,700 after they lose yesterday convincingly to the Lions, who are now minus 6,000 to win their division this morning. So how about that? Tampa, the favorite in the South at plus 155. How about that, Dave? You got any favorites of the South between the Falcons, Saints? Numbers aside, because they're all pretty close.
Right.
But do you have any kind of way how you feel this might go down here in the South in the season?
Steve, that's just such a tricky division. It just seems that every year
At least recently anyway. You know, you got these teams that are all just jumbled up there in that division. And honestly, Steve, I'm going to say it that none of them are really even that good.
Right.
So you never know what's going to happen there. I think you just kind of leave that alone. I myself would take a shot with Tampa. Somehow, some way, I think that they can get it done. But boy, Steve, I don't think you can trust much coming out of that division.
All right. Let's see. Another one we looked at yesterday. We'll go ahead and take a look at it today. Are the weekly specials for teams to score. Let's see. Highest scoring team. Yes. This kind of thing today. All right. So what's the highest scoring team to you today, Dave? Just in the games that we talked about right now, do you think?
If I'm looking, Steve, and, you know, you're going to be like, what are you doing? I'm going to give it to the Rams.
I was thinking the same thing. I'm wondering if that's just too much of a Captain Obvious pick is the problem.
Well, you got to look at Washington, though. They have given up 30-plus points in 5 straight games now.
Right.
Defense is non-existent. Once we get here, I think we're going to have a field day on the props. But, I mean, this has Cups, Nakua. I mean, it has all them guys written all over it, Steve. So I would take a shot with the Rams.
Plus 450 for the Rams for the highest scoring team today. A few other ones. Cowboys 13-1, 49ers 3-1, Miami 14-1, the Bills 10-1. New England's all the way down there at 120-1. Carolina's 100-1 in the rain today. Here's one that would be kind of interesting to me. Maybe the Titans at 26-1 if they somehow get a runaway here against Houston. Henry's been a beast here lately. Even the Bears or the Browns, if these guys can get in some kind of crazy shootout, they're both paying 32-1 or 48-1 there. Tampa Bay 38-1. So there's some fun stuff on the board. You can also bet the lowest scoring team. Who's your lowest scoring team today?
Oh, Steve, I think that's got to be
New England.
Maybe, yeah, New England or Steve, the Panthers.
The Panthers are plus 750. New England plus 650. The Jets 6-1. If you think there can be some really crazy, like the rain game in Buffalo, if you think that can be ultra low scoring, kind of, and maybe the Cowboys just get 10 points today or something, then you can bet something like that. The Cowboys to be the lowest scoring team on this Sunday are 41-1. Bills are 50-1 if you think they can get shut down. Cleveland's 20-1. Your Commanders are 28-1.
Yeah.
I mean, if they really just stink up the joint, right? Let's see. Chiefs are 37-1. Falcons 13-1 if they can get stuck in the mud, literally, there in Carolina. So there's some high-scoring teams, low-scoring teams, and some fun ones with that. The highest-scoring game of the day, plus 280, is the Rams-Commanders. Well, if you're going to do it that way, people, you might as well just take an alternate total of the team. You know what I'm saying? And go super over like 64, 65 points. But, all these teams could this could sneakily be an under day, Dave. We shall see as we go through the slate. And we might as well just start with that. And the first game is Green Bay and Tampa Bay, 3.5 for the Packers. Over under 42.5. Green Bay falling apart last Sunday night. And basically for the whole game against the Giants, kind of seemed to get things together late. You thought they were going to pull a Houdini act for a win, but Tommy DeVito had the last laugh, able to get down the field to set up the Giants for a game-winning field goal. Tampa Bay, a nice win for me. I wish Baker Mayfield just would have thrown it to Rachaad White just one more time, and I really would have cleaned house on my prop. In fact, he had him wide open, just wouldn't even – I swear he even looked at him a couple of times. And one of those, Dave, where he had him next to him for a screen pass, he decides to throw it into the end zone incomplete or whatever it was. Like, come on, man. He was right there. Could have ran for a first down. So a bad taste in my mouth a little bit with the Buccaneers in that regard on the Rachaad White's receiving prop alternate 40 yards number. But Green Bay's been a fun team. I think Tampa Bay somewhat equally as fun in the way. You just don't think of Tampa Bay in that aspect at all. But I think this is a good game regardless. I could see this being tightly contested. I'm not going to lean one way or the other on any kind of alternate line. At the end of the day, the over-under is probably numbered right where it's at, 2 probably as well. I would like to see this game get off. I really would. Let's see if we get a Christian Watson listing. I don't see him out on here at all. But anytime touchdowns today, Patrick Taylor Jr. is plus 105. He's the favorite. That's crazy. Aaron Jones plus 105. Rashad White plus 115. Jaden Reed plus 125. Mike Evans plus 150. Romeo Dobbs is 2-1. And there's Tucker Kraft at plus 230, who our listener, the great Wint, asked about. I could absolutely see Tucker Kraft having a decent game today. You got to figure in this kind of game, the tight ends are could be leaned on to be successful. In that regard, that could be Cade Otton as well. So if you wanted to do a Tucker Kraft and like a Cade Otton parlay together, then you could put these guys together and get almost 12-28. So plus 12-28. Your $10 wins you $122.86. If you want to do the tight end combination of Kraft and Otton, which I would say is live, that's not the worst bet in the world, to be honest, in this kind of game. But I'll lean just for a more tightly contested game. Maybe receiving prop wise, let's take a look at Rashad White again. It's just 21.5. So he's the way I lost was not on his baseline. I lost on his alternate 40 number, which I might try again today, to be honest. Maybe I can get the last laugh there. But he's plus 320 for those 40 plus yards. Now, if you wanted to add the Tucker Kraft, Cade Otton, and the Rashad White 40 plus yard touchdown all together, now you're getting $10 to win $615. All right, so that's a nice price. Let's see. Mike Evans has been awesome. We need to kind of look at his numbers, which, it takes a lot to get paid out there. But 100 yards for him is plus 240 today. And Jaden Reed, pay attention to him because he definitely gets the targets. And you're getting paid pretty decently for him. So I would go ahead and maybe throw him in the yardage play as well. Just to get 60 yards is plus 122. 70 yards is plus 182. But now if you do a Tucker Kraft, Cade Otton, Rashad White, Jaden Reed ticket, something like that, $10 pays now $1,577. So I think there's angles to make some money here. But this could be the field goal game too, David. I think it's a good game. I don't know. Give me your first thoughts here.
Steve, so my first thoughts when I look at this one, 20-17 pops out at me. I like your angle here with Cade Otton. Last time I took him, which was just a couple weeks ago, Steve, I took the baseline, and he absolutely smashed it. He went double over it, I believe. So he's at 24.5 for me. If tight ends are going to be kind of relied on here, Cade Otton for 40-plus yards is at plus 220. I'm giving that a real hard look at
I would look at that. I would look at the Kraft yards too. 40 yards for him is not as much, plus 122. But you can pair some receivers here in this game and give yourself a chance. So I'm going to make some notes right here, right now, about how I need to do that. But yeah, Dave, I think this has a chance to be a good game at the end of the day.
I do too, Steve. I think it comes just under that total, though. Is kind of what I'm thinking here at the moment.
All right, so let's see here. Next game on the board, fun game at Lambeau. We'll see if the Ant-Man has an opinion on that. If he comes to life after, he could be in Vegas right now. Who knows? To be honest, he could be cashing in on the baccarat table out there right now as we speak.
Is he on the way to the islands? Maybe
right, Turks and Caicos. All right, the Saints and the Giants, 1:00. Interesting game here. You said the Giants won 3 in a row. They're coming off the Monday night win where they spoiled the survivor hearts of Packer fan and many, not including me. I was not on that. But good games on Monday, and the Giants were part of that. I'm wondering if this is not just a place where they come back crashing to reality, Dave. I don't know if this is necessarily the best place in the world for them to play today. The Saints haven't won in home in forever. They're going to have a hyped up fan base. I would expect this to be a loud atmosphere.
Right.
And probably a decent amount of Giant fans in the house as well, for sure, here in New Orleans. So I'm going to give the energy factor to the home crowd. I figured that would be a big part of last night's game in Detroit, and it was. Detroit was able to engineer a blowout. I'm wondering if the same thing just can't happen here. So give me the Saints on the alt line. I'm going to take the Saints. I'm going to ride with them again, which disgusts me because I just can't stand that, to be honest. -5.5 and 39.5. And let's see. If we go to the alt numbers here, if I'm going to take them to win, I'm going to take them to win by a couple of scores because that's how I got to juice these guys up here on these $5 bets. We can't just take the normal spread. We need to move it to where we want. And if you're out there listening for the first time, you're laughing like, why are these guys moving spreads? Blah, blah, blah. Idiots, blah, blah, blah. Yes, I get it. There's such a thing as closing line value. A lot of people want to find the best number, but we take a little different approach here. It's just a simple fact. I don't care what sport that you turn on, hockey, football, basketball, baseball, there is a blowout every day in every sport. So you just have to find the right blowouts, and that's how we juice up our numbers and turn little bits of money into big pieces of money. So you got to trust the blowout factor, and it kind of makes you a better regular line player too when we do this, because more often than not, when I'm losing these plays, it's because the team is not covering my alternate line and covering their normal line. So yes, would I be wise to back that up insurance-wise? Probably at the end of the day, I would be. But we invest the minimum. We try to, at least anyway, to make the maximum. And sometimes that doesn't mean insurance, David, and we probably should have it. All right, so -13.5 for the Saints is +260. I'd like a little bit better number on that, to be honest. I want to get closer to 3-1, but I would be comfortable in the Saints potentially winning this game by 13 points or more. That being said, how are they going to do that? Anytime touchdown scores today in this game. And I didn't even talk about the 2 touchdown scores in the Green Bay game. We can go back to that at some point.
Might be hard-pressed to find that in that one.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. I think you're going to spread the wealth around there a little bit. But I'm going to look for a 2 touchdown score here for the Saints today. And it's going to come from a little different angle here. The Packers should have been able to move the ball more against the Giants, I think. They just had some bad passes. Now, the Giants did have some nice defense, but I think the Giants can still be beaten through the air here. And if that's going to be the case, then there's your boy Rashid Shaheed at 19-1. That might be an interesting look. Taysom Hill is 11-1. He's listed today. I don't see a Chris Olave listed. All right, so it looks like he's not going to be in action today. Jamal Williams, 23-1. Alvin Kamara is 6-1. Saquon Barkley is 6-1. Jalen Hyatt, 50-1 today. Jawan Johnson, 55-1. A.T. Perry, 85-1. Jimmy Graham, 120-1 for 2 touchdowns. The regular touchdown scores, and he scored last week, Jimmy Graham, 2 weeks in a row now. He's +650 today. So maybe Jimmy Graham sneaks up again today. In fact, it's kind of worth to do an oddball, one guy, one score parlay, where you can kind of throw a Jimmy Graham in there. I should have hit it last week, Dave, because I had like 6 or 7 of them put together, and then I dumbed it down to 5. And Cade Otton was the odd guy out that I dumbed out. But I would have had like a Jimmy Graham, Tanner Hudson, the Cade Otton 3-game winner for a parlay, which who in the universe has that. But I did leave Otton, the odd man, out. Isaiah Hodgins, he's been scoring too. He's a favorite target here for Mr. DeVito. 10-1 odds for him for a touchdown. but give me the Saints. I would like to see man, I would like to see Olave out there. They're not working with much here.
I have him, Steve. 175 anytime. And
oh, you do? You have Olave?
13-1.
Okay, he's not on my board. Okay, I was thinking he's not going to be in there. Even on the receiving props, I don't have him. Interesting. All right, so you have him listed, and I don't here at 9:15. So that's a mystery to me. I would like to see Olave in this game, but you've had Shaheed before. His baseline receiving number is just 36.5.
I thought about that last night.
So I'm going to write him down as a possible use in this game. And I'm just going to revisit these numbers a little bit later. So I would say tread with caution now on the Saints and the Giants. If you do have an Olave out there, I would just think this is a bad spot for the Giants at the end of the day. But who knows? I guess they could win. The Saints are nothing great. What are your thoughts, Dave?
So my thoughts here, Steve, is if this is the way we're feeling about it, bad spot for the Giants, I would think Kamara's got to be a big part of that.
I was thinking that might be the simple answer here,
right.
To be honest. Just go back to the well with Kamara. They want to get this guy going. He could get the ball a lot today, to be honest. But go ahead.
Well, see, and so that's what my thoughts were. So I took him for over 102.5 rushing and receiving yards, because you got to think he's going to get some passes. If he's big time involved, then we're just going, we're going all purpose. So we can get receiving yards and we can get some rushing yards. And I think by the end of the day, that should all add up to over 102.5, Steve. And that's kind of the only thing that I'm taking away from this. Can the Giants do it again? They're 3 in a row, plus 190 on the money line, which I tell you what is sneakily enticing to me. That may find its way somewhere today. But as for now, Steve, let's just say that Kamara is going to be a big part of what the Saints want to do today. And we're going to use all-purpose yards for him.
All right. That might be the best angle, to be honest, David. I could see Kamara, because I'm looking at his receiving number alone is 35.5. Maybe he gets stuck at 30 and ends up having his 85 yards rushing still. And then at least you're getting that number right with the combined. So I think Kamara is a good safe angle, at least in this game for sure. I mean, yeah. As far as layups go, he's moving up the list.
Right.
All right. So let's go to the next game. Weather in Carolina. So it looks like we're going to have rain, and a lot of it with the Panthers trying to win their second game, losing pretty ugly fashion at New Orleans last week. They didn't put much of an effort up against the Saints, who just had to do the minimal to get by there. But the Panthers are 2.5 points at home now. There's money coming in on Carolina. The Falcons minus 2.5, over under 32.5 for this game. So the Falcons to me are this. They're still the team that kind of disgusted me when they lost at Arizona, right? Where you thought, all right, this is the one chance I'm going to give the Falcons. After this, I'm probably done with them. And they've given me no reason to get back on board at all. So I'm not exactly sure where that breaks down. I feel like they have okay everywhere. I mean, is it Ritter really? Maybe it's just a combination of all talent, just not enough skill overall with Atlanta. They have the running backs, but, used correctly or not used correctly, I'm not sure. At the end of the day, the Falcons are not able to move the ball through the air and at least get explosive plays down the field. So I guess that would be their biggest issue for the most part to me. Carolina, they can't get anything going for the most part. Chuba Hubbard is good in spots, but everyone knows he's going to get the ball when it's time to get the ball down by the goal line. So Bryce Young is short. He has to look over the linemen. Now his rushing yards have been nice. And again, today in a wet game, that is something he could have because he might have enough speed to get away from a D lineman in that kind of condition. So interesting game. I kind of like the under 32.5. Maybe you hook it with some other bad weather games, but you're going to get some good numbers all the way around just on the anytime touchdown scores. I mean, it starts at Bijan Robinson at plus 145. Chuba Hubbard is plus 175. Drake London is 3-1. Thielen plus 330. Algier plus 370. Sanders plus 440. Kyle Pitts plus 460. Jonathan Mingo plus 480. He does like Mingo, and he has been getting a lot of targets. So that might be an interesting kind of angle again today. Shark plus 500. Ritter 6-1. There's Tommy Trimble. We got to mention him, 750. Cordero Patterson, 8-1. 2 touchdown scores in a low-scoring projected game, maybe, so we think. I mean, you're getting brilliant numbers on all of these. Bijan's 10-1. Chuba Hubbard's plus 1,300. Drake London is your next on the board at 31-1. Everyone else is much more better odds after that. So if you wanted to take like a Jonathan Mingo at 65-1 for 2, or even a Tommy Trimble at 110-1 for 2, I mean, there's a chance. Even just put 50 cents on these guys. You can turn that into, so like a Mingo for $1 wins you $65. 50 cents wins you like $32. If you want to go El Cheapo that way. All right. I think it's worth a shot anyway to throw a couple quarters down. I don't expect much scoring, but a same guy could score twice. I wouldn't be afraid to throw a Chuba Hubbard in there, to be honest. I would maybe take a look at him at 13-1 today to score 2 touchdowns. That's actually an interesting number to me. I think he can actually do that in this game. I would not be surprised to see the Panthers actually win this game too. And just they're going to have to do an A-plus effort on their end, which I don't think we've come close to seeing that. Maybe we have. Maybe that is the best they can actually do is what they put on the field, which has been brutal, to say the least. But go ahead and give me some Chuba Hubbard touchdowns. And why not? Give me Bryce Young again, 25 yards rushing at 4-1 odds. How about that?
Interesting.
So I had him. I should just do the same thing as last week with him and White. I had Mixon, so I won't have him, but I'm going to use him and Rashad White again together today. David, what are your thoughts on this game?
All right, Steve. So if the radar stays true from what I've seen, it's going to get pretty nasty there. And Steve, we'll see if you agree with me here. Maybe we're not expecting a lot of points. We're going to move the line like some crazy people right here. Under 24.5, Steve, plus 275. That's where I'm looking.
You know what? I could get on board with that, to be honest.
That's a pretty good number for is Carolina even going to get theirs? The Falcons are disappointing, Steve. I absolutely agree with you. But, I feel like their defense, is just sneakily decent.
Yeah. Their defense is their best unit.
And if they're going to be playing in soup today, we're, counting on not getting going all that well. So Steve, I'm going to take a shot here. And I don't know how I'm going to piece this thing together just yet, but I have in my notes under 24.5 today.
Okay. I'm going to probably take some sort of an under in this game as well, expecting the rain. So hard to get off with any kind of receivers here, but I'll take a shot at some rushing. And you know what? Will throw in some Bijan, to be honest, because he's going to try his best to do his best Jahmyr Gibbs impression. I figure, honestly, he saw him last night. He's like, dude, that should be me, So low scoring game. Look for the running backs, and sneakily Bryce Young. I think he can get his 25 yards rushing by design. Texans and Titans, not much weather in this game. So we should have cloudy skies, no winds in the 50s. So that makes for a good atmosphere here with Tennessee and Houston. The old Houston Oilers, the now Tennessee Titans. Rest in peace, Frank Wycheck. We haven't even mentioned anything about him on the show here in the last couple of days. But the Music City Miracle was awesome. Watched it live. That covered a spread for me, too, by the way. That covered a 5.5-point spread against Buffalo that day. winning by 6 when Frank Wycheck threw it back to Kevin Dyson. So probably some nostalgia here for the Titans today. I bet they do something nice for Wycheck, which might get this team fired up a little bit at home. I would expect our man Derrick Henry to have a big game. Touchdown scores on the board. Earlier talking to Dave Del Grande, they were off the board for this game. And I guessed that Derrick Henry would be right around minus 160 for a touchdown. He is at minus 155. So that is positive closing line value for me if you want to play the closing line value route. So give me some Derrick Henry on 2 touchdowns at plus 390. I'm going to ride the hot hand of Henry, David. I haven't even gone through some of these quarterback numbers yet. Dalton Schultz is back today, 26-1 for him for 2 touchdowns for the Texans. And we do have Case Keenum on board here and Will Levis. So Case Keenum, the Texans quarterback, his over-under is low, 190.5. Can't you see Houston just coming out here slinging the ball? To be honest, I'm going to actually have to take a look at that. There's no alternate number for Keenum on the board yet, just Levis. I like Tennessee to win this game, but I think there are going to be a lot of points scored on both sides, to be honest. I could see that. So this is going to be a sneaky fantasy game for me. I'm going to take a shot at Keenum when his numbers pop up, somewhere to have 225 passing, 250 passing. I don't think with the seasoned veteran Keenum, who's won a playoff game and can throw the ball down the field, that the game plan for the Texans changes. I think they keep it the same. They're just going to try to fill in the pieces here. That being said, Noah Brown, not the greatest game last week. He should be able to respond this week. 37.5 is his total. How about Robert Woods? 2 seasoned veterans hooking up with Keenum and Woods potentially. 28.5 is the baseline for Robert Woods receiving yards. Dalton Schultz is 35.5. DeAndre Hopkins is 61.5. I can see all of those numbers going over. Treylon Burks low over under just 20.5. That could be an over. Westbrook Akine was an over last week. I had him. He's just at 22.5. I think this is one of those sneaky games where you got a lot of low numbers on some of these receivers, and you're going to be able to pop these guys up to like 40, 50 yards and really get a big payout. In fact, I'm going to do a couple of them while David gives you his breakdown. But give me a Derrick Henry for now at for a regular touchdown and any touchdown scorer parlay with a bunch of guys. But in particular, with my 2s, go ahead and give me Henry again at plus 390. Other touchdown guys, just real quick, straight up. Singletary's plus 175. Hopkins, great price, plus 195. Schultz, plus 290. Tajay Spears, plus 310. Damian Pierce, plus 320. Okunokwo, plus 330. Woods, plus 330. Noah Brown, plus 360. Westbrook Akine, plus 550. David, your thoughts here on this game?
So Steve, I'm gonna put my attention towards a nice weekly special here.
Ooh.
Derrick Henry and DeAndre Hopkins to combine for 3+ TDs today is at plus 450, and I'm thinking 2 for Henry anyway. Was my first initial thoughts coming out of this. He seems to kind of be rejuvenated here in the last couple weeks. So can Henry get 2 down there on the goal line, and then Hopkins gets him a nice little 20 to 30 yard touchdown pass, and then there we go. We've got 3 of them at plus 450. So Steve, I haven't really decided on anything else here, but I do like Henry for 2, and I think this weekly special is going to find its way in there somewhere, as it's been a while since I've played a weekly special. So let's go with that, and of course, we'll look at some other things, try and find some other values here in this one.
I don't think you're asking a lot for this, to be honest. Noah Brown, 60 yards receiving. Robert Woods, 50 yards receiving. Dalton Schultz, 40 yards receiving. Treylon Burks, 25 yards receiving. DeAndre Hopkins, 70 yards receiving. $10 pays $1,344.
Nice.
So you're just asking Levis to use Hopkins and then get the ball to Burks one time. And he loves Hopkins. And then on the Houston front, basically the veteran's going to spread it around to whoever he has. And those guys are going to be capable to hopefully achieve those numbers. So that's something I'm going to take a look at here when we get into it. If I do a same game parlay on this one. But I would go sneaky over here as well. It's a low total. So if you're going to do a game parlay, you can move this 37.5 up here, I think. And let's go ahead and try to get comfortable with that. Well, if you can get over 47.5, you're getting 320. And I think that's a fine number for sure. So you can use that in a round robin of sorts with some other point spreads you want to move around. I'm going to project higher scoring game. And this Titans and Texans give me some Derrick Henry, as David said. And I think the receiver props, low enough numbers, you can play around with those and get a good payout.
How about a Keeney for 23.5?
Yeah. I like the over there. He's been over it the last few weeks. That's one I've actually been paying attention to. And one of the check marks when I had him on the Monday night game. Of course, Tyreek going out hurt everyone that night.
Right.
Let's see here. Next game on the board. And we have 3 1:00 games left. Jets and the Dolphins. The Dolphins are minus 8.5, 36.5. I'll let you start, Dave. Go ahead.
Where are we at?
Jets and the Dolphins.
Jets and the Dolphins. Interesting here, Steve. Let's go ahead and open up this menu. Spread is I have it at an even 8 right now. I'm just not so sure, especially if Hill is still out. I think the Jets can actually cover this number, Steve. Plus 295 on the money line. Oh, that's actually, I was looking at this last night and I was thinking to myself, Steve, I think the Jets could cover this spread. I mean, they got a good defense. They just can't score any points. That's the problem. So we're going to see what the Dolphins come out with. I debated, and I'm still debating. With this defense, Steve, let me ask you this, because I kind of want to know what your opinion is. Fantasy playoffs for me today, 2 teams. I have either Tua or Sam Howell in my arsenal. Now, Tua is facing a very stingy Jets defense. Who do you start today?
I would start Sam Howell.
I have on both teams. So, all right.
I would start Sam Howell.
Thinking the right way there.
This could be a rough game for Tua. I'm interested to know how healthy Tyreek Hill is. So we'll get wind of that. I don't see him listed either right now on my touchdown scores. Do you?
Let me look, but I don't think so. He was really struggling there last week.
So I would buyer beware here.
I do have him. Yes.
Oh, you do? Okay.
120 anytime plus 425. But I don't know how much that really means, Steve. Even though he's listed.
This is a dangerous game for Miami.
I think so.
The Jets winning last week finally showed me something. And if they're capable of duplicating that effort, then I think they can have success. Now, I'll tell you a prop that I like today. And I should have gone with it last week and it would have cashed home for me. But I'm going to take Breece Hall in his receiving yards again. It's over 26.5 for his baseline. To get to 40 for Breece Hall is plus 205. To get to 50 is plus 360. And I'm going to count on Breece Hall getting into the end zone as well. The other, Miami's going to be susceptible here to the pass. So Tyler Conklin at 26.5 yards for his over-under is something I would look at too. Alan Lazard is just at 9.5 yards. He's not going to get one catch for over 10 yards today. Lazard. Garrett Wilson, 57.5. I could see a decent day for Conklin. And Breece Hall is the one I would kind of put a little check mark here. He could be the neutralizer. I think he's the best player on the field for the Jets on offense. And the Miami defense is going to be a little susceptible today. And I think it's going to come at the hands of Breece Hall. Now, Zach Wilson's over-under passing yards is just 177.5. I think that's a threat to go over, to be honest, today. He crushed it last week. He had over 300 yards passing. And the Miami defense a little bit right for the picking. It is a nice day. I would just like to lean here with the Jets. The points, they got to win. The defense is great. Anthony loves them. I don't know. I think the Dolphins may be reeling a little bit here. I just don't have much trust in the Dolphins now, where I'm flip-flopping here. On Thanksgiving, I said looks like they're kind of turning into a complete unit, being able to run the ball, pass the ball, playing solid defense. But I think injuries are catching up with them.
Right.
Is their problem overall here lately, as it is to a few of these teams. So I'm going to take a shot with some of the Jets stuff today. Zach Wilson to get 225 yards passing is plus 320. All right. Receiving wise, Conklin alternative yards to get the 40 yards is plus 198. And touchdown score wise, if we're going to go that route, I'm going to get a good number on Breece Hall, right? Yeah, plus 230 on Breece Hall for one touchdown today. How about that? Jeff Wilson Jr. plus 210, Waddle plus 190. Mostert is at minus 105. A chain minus 105. There's Tyreek Hill minus 135. So he pops on my board fondly. Miami defense, who has been stingy, plus 600 for them to get a touchdown. My man Durham Smithy never does anything. He's 7-1. Xavier Gibson scored last week for the Jets. He's plus 750. Lazard's a long shot at 9-1 potentially. Again, you put Lazard in that Jimmy Graham category. Those guys could score, and you might hit a ticket at the end of the day. So give me some Jets receivers and the quarterback to play around with here. And I think this could be a higher scoring game as well. 36.5 points sounds low to me because I think the Dolphins are going to get a few themselves, even though they've been kind of ugly. And the Jets are going to put some up as well. If you wanted to try to do it a double alternate over here with the Jets, Dolphins, Titans, and Texans, I'm not going to stop you at the end of the day. So Jets and Dolphins over in this game. And I think a fun one, potentially prop-wise, and just some low numbers on the Jets. It's not going to take much for them to, 40 yards, and here you go, big payout, hit a few of these together. Of course, with some of these other ones we talked about potentially as well. So give me that. Anything else, Dave?
I did take last night. I had a little free bet to use, so I went ahead and fired a late night as I was watching the Los Angeles Kings kill my winning ticket. Zach Wilson over 35 or 13.5 rushing yards, Steve.
Yeah. I can see that. Wilson's a runner. I got to remember all these things. I got to write them down.
So I'm loving that. That has already been fired upon. Just 13.5. You got to imagine that he can do that. I mean, that's just really not a lot. So we've seen him do it before, Steve. So I think that's probably a pretty good play. Minus 110 for that.
All right. If you want to go alternate over in this game, over 45.5 is plus 290, over 47.5 plus 360. If you want to get all the way to 52 points, I would roll that out, to be honest. 6-1 odds. All right. So next game on the board. This is a kind of an interesting one to me. And the way that, this could be 9-6, or it could be 37-34. And I'm talking about the game with the Bears and the Browns. The Browns minus 2.5, over under is 37.5. Another one of those low over-unders here. And a trio of games that could fly over with the Jets, Dolphins, Houston Titans. I'm going to say this is a kind of a more over game because Flacco has a little bit of gusto to him. I feel like Fields has a little bit of his swagger back. And there's offensive weapons on both sides of the ball here. Yes, the defenses have been good. Bears trending to be a top 5 defense. The Browns have let you down at times, more so on the road than at home. Better at home for sure. But 1 o'clock, interesting game here. Be good to get your perspective of if you think this is a shootout or a low scoring affair here, David, with the Bears and the Browns. But I'll let you start. What do you got?
The one thing that I absolutely love coming out of this game, Steve, and I already fired upon it last night, Joe Flacco, over 1.5 touchdown passes at plus 145. I think you have to give that a look today. Yes, Bears defense trending upwards, but, I mean, look at what Flacco has done. I mean, he's coming in there and he's slinging it. You know, and he's gotten a Njoku. You got to figure he's going to want to get him involved again. He had a nice week last week. So Flacco for 2 in the air today is something that I'm really looking at, and you're getting a really, really nice number out of it. And if you look into these passing props, and before you get into all the yards, you'll get the passing touchdown numbers. And you've been getting some nice prices on these, Steve. So that's where I've been kind of looking lately. And I just really love Flacco to come out and really toss it around. And if we're going to mention Njoku, we're going to want to find his yards. Over 39.5 is at minus 120. Now, we want to probably bump that up. We think he can get more than that, certainly.
He cashed for me last week, so I got to go with him again.
So he's absolutely shown that, Steve. So you could go, I think I would go with 50 or 60. If you want 50 plus 135, if you want to push the envelope just a little bit, 60 plus. If he can duplicate what he did last week, Steve, then this might not be too much of an ask. 60 plus yards at plus 220. I think it's the Flacco show today. Njoku gets involved. Then you have to look at more. Or no, that's the Bears. Sorry.
Flacco loves the tight ends.
He loves his tight end. So I think that's where I'm looking today, Steve. Flacco and his tight end just making a nice pairing today.
Baseline receiver yards. And I got Flacco at plus 630 for 3 touchdowns. That's going to be interesting to me, to be honest. I'm going to take a look at that. And Njoku baseline 41.5 receiving yards. Cooper 56.5. Elijah Moore 39.5. Cole Kmet 35.5. Could be Cole Kmet getting some. They're going to. Hey, this is a physical game, and this is the kind of guy that gets you physical plays. Cole Kmet. So I would look at his alternate number over as well. DJ Moore is 61.5. Darnell Mooney 20.5. Cedric Tillman is 17.5. So there's some low numbers here on some guys you can take advantage here of. Even Cooper at 56.5 seems a little bit low to me. I think this is a sneaky over game. Again, weather should not be an issue. Warmer by Cleveland standards, and no rain. Whatever rain they have should be clearing out here in the morning as well. Jerome Ford's been a little disappointing to me down by the goal line. This is probably why he gets into the end zone today. But DJ Moore plus 195 for a touchdown. You could get me on board with that. I'll tell you that right now. Kareem Hunt plus 210. Foreman plus 210. Amari Cooper plus 210. Jerome Ford plus 220. Justin Fields plus 230. David Njoku plus 240. Good number on him. Cole Kmet plus 260. Elijah Moore plus 330. And for the 2 touchdown scores today, Foreman 16-1, Hunt 16-1, DJ Moore 17-1, Cooper 18-1, Jerome Ford 18-1, Justin Fields 19-1, and Njoku 23-1, Cole Kmet 24-1. So I'm gonna have to get involved with probably some Njoku and maybe some Kmet here, Dave. Titans could be a Titans day for sure.
It could be.
It's kind of shaping up to me in that weird way. We kind of got a hint of that with Laporta last night as well, for sure. So we're going to have to keep looking at some of these. Passing prop wise, the baseline for Flacco is 225.5. Fields 178.5. I don't think I want any of those, but I'll take a look at Flacco for the 2 touchdowns. I like what you played, but even for the 3rd. Because he's capable of doing that at the end of the day. All right, so higher scoring game for you, Dave?
I think it could be. Okay. I do. Yep.
Last 1 o'clock game. I guess I need to do the state of the Union of the Patriots. With the Chiefs in town, minus 8.5 for the Chiefs. Over under is at 37.5. I would not say that the coach is completely out of the door yet, although he probably is. you can't believe everything that you hear and read on the internet. I would put those chances at 90%. I would say there's still a 10% chance he could stay. And I think that 10% involves the team fighting hard until the very, very end of the season here, which I think they do for him regardless. I don't think this is going to be like a Chargers type of effort where they just hand the ball over to the Chiefs and say, oh, here, you do what you want with it. I think we actually see New England trending to be a little bit better than what they've been labeled as the whole time. Now, the Chiefs have a good defense and the Patriots have a bad offense. So that's going to be into the formula, which I think probably leads to an under at the end of the day here. So as much as I want to get excited on some props, you know what? I probably will. I mean, who knows? This could be a secret shootout fun game too. I mean, it just sounds like an under. Maybe that's why we need to go over here, David. Let's just go over the low numbers. And I'm a little disappointed. I feel like a lot of the numbers haven't quite come online yet here this morning. Like I don't even see my man Tyquan Thornton on here for receiving yards. You know, that's kind of a letdown. But let's go to touchdown scores on this game first. But state of the union is I don't think this team's going to lay down right now. And the Chiefs are ripe for the picking. That's for sure. So if you're going to buy on the Chiefs today, I'm just going to say buyer beware, literally. Touchdown scores in this, Kelsey's minus 110, Zeke plus 160, Rashee Rice plus 195, Edwards-Helaire is at plus 220. So that tells me that we're not going to have a Pacheco here. McKinnon plus 230. Hunter Henry 4-1. I think you can throw him in there for something today, to be honest. He's been kind of hot. Justin Watson plus 500. Kansas City defense plus 500. DeMario Douglas is back, Dave. Look at that. 5-1 odds for him. So that's a good number. Devontae Parker plus 550. Mahomes is plus 550. Valdez-Scantling 7-1. Kadarius Toney 7-1. Tyquan Thornton is at plus 750. 2 touchdown scorers today. Hunter Henry 43-1. I like. Kelsey 6-1. Zeke 11-1. Rashee Rice 14-1. Edwards-Helaire 19-1. Jerick McKinnon 21-1. Justin Watson 50-1. Tyquan Thornton 110-1. I'm going to have to put him in something for sure. And DeMario Douglas at 65-1. Look at that, David. 65-1 for DeMario Douglas. He was a nice young player for New England. If Mr. Zappy can get his act not together, but just take another step or two forward from last week, really. Zappy for 225 yards passing is what he got last week, is that plus 225. He got to 240. Should have had more for a real big payout. Plus 250 yards is plus 430. So that number is cut in more than half now, because last week that was up at plus 880. 275 for Zappy today is plus 850. The Chiefs, we'll see. Maybe they are going to be a little susceptible to the pass here. It'll be interesting to see how Belichick attacks this game. But I'm just going to say this. Buyer beware in the Chiefs today. I don't think this is the complete layup that some people may think it can be. But go ahead, David. What do you got?
So the 2 things that I'm looking for in this one, Steve, I took Edwards-Helaire for over 12.5 receiving yards. I think he's going to be their featured back. And then the next thing that I'm going to look at, Steve, the Chiefs, it seems that they're having trouble figuring out who is their number 1 receiver. That's not Kelsey. That's not a tight end, right? And I think that Rashee Rice is trying to be that guy for them. He's getting quite a few targets game in and game out. And he seems to be the one guy that is kind of stepping up to try and fill that number 1 receiver role. So I'm going to go different from the anytime touchdown for him, but a receiving touchdown. So if he gets an end around and rushes, it won't count for me. But a receiving touchdown from Rashee Rice at plus 190, just one of them. That's probably something that I'm going to give a look to. It's found its way into my notes. But the Edwards-Hilaire receiving of over 12.5 fired upon last night, Steve. So those are just kind of two. I'm going to look at two guys here and really just going to kind of, keep it simple here. This could be a trap for Kansas City, or it could be a blowout. I haven't quite decided yet, so I'm just going to look at two players here today, Steve.
David, we have a few people commenting here this morning.
Oh.
Seth Surson says he's a big gambler. Didn't know we had a channel. This is awesome. He will be tuning in all the time. Niner Gang quotes Niner Gang, like 49er Gang.
Right.
Says 3 birds down, 2 to go. And Big D David says, should I start, and this must be like a 2-quarterback flex league, should I start Trevor Lawrence or Stephon Diggs today? I would go with Trevor Lawrence.
I think I would too.
Diggs could have the rain game, and the Cowboys defense can be stingy.
Right.
It's not like Diggs has been lighting it up lately. And you saw what the Rams defense is capable. I mean, the Ravens defense was capable of against the Rams team who can throw the ball. If you get that same kind of effort from Trevor Lawrence this evening, then he could have a big game.
Right.
And what could be a higher scoring affair for sure.
And he's got, he's got guys to throw it to. And don't forget ETN with, maybe a little check down out of the backfield. I think it would be Lawrence. Yeah.
Yeah. So Seth, go ahead, and we appreciate you tuning in. Big D David, Trevor Lawrence is what me and Nephew Dave say. And Niner Gang, you guys look like you are in fantastic shape. Stay healthy, and maybe the Niners can roll to a convincing Super Bowl dominating win. Because the way that they're doing it now, it looks like that's what's going to happen, to be honest, to me. All right, are the Niners your favorite right now, David?
I think out of the NFC, yes, definitely. There are some good teams in there.
What team in the AFC could beat the 49ers?
I don't know, Steve. I don't trust anybody in the AFC. I was actually talking about that with a good friend of mine at lunch the other day. And Steve, I don't trust anybody in the AFC. I think the NFC has the teams that are going to do it. AFC hasn't earned my trust. I guess maybe if I had to pick somebody, it would be the Ravens. I think the Dolphins are suspect. They beat the teams that obviously they should, and they struggle against the teams that they need to beat, the better tier teams. So I don't trust in the Dolphins all that much. And I just don't think there's anybody else there.
Well, I'm going to give you a couple. Buffalo, I think, can make a late surge here.
If they make it.
If they win today, that's a big win today. If they win today, I'll feel a lot better about that.
Oh, absolutely.
And Anthony has a live ticket at 35-1 for them to win it right now. But I'll give you another one that's could possibly sneak on in here. And everyone's going to say that I'm crazy. But this team has been in the Super Bowl recently. And I'm talking about Cincinnati.
If they can make it, yeah.
Maybe Browning can carry this team until Burrow is able to somehow come back on the field, or Browning just takes it all the way, Tom Brady style.
He looks pretty good, Steve. He looks pretty good.
The year Tom Brady won, Browning is in his same footsteps right now.
Right. And Browning was from Washington, right?
Yep.
And he went. I think I heard that he went undrafted, and I'm not sure how that was. He was pretty good in Washington. So surprising to hear that, but yes, Steve, you know what? If they can get in, they could maybe make some noise. Yes,
I have a big ticket on them to come back and win that division at plus 550.
Could happen.
At 550-1 odds.
Could happen.
If the Ravens need to go on the skid and they have a hard schedule coming up, we'll get to that game shortly. All right, Chiefs, you're just on red alert watch for me. Don't be surprised if you lose this game. That's all I'm going to say. All right, David, give me your State of the Union. We retired you from it, but I think you're going to unretire. More a hate speech kind of guy outside now yelling at the building. But the Commanders and the Rams, 6.5 is what your Commanders are getting. Over under is 49.5. Here we are. You said it earlier. Kupp, Nakua, the whole gang here can feast on the Commanders. I most wholeheartedly agree on that, to be honest. The first thing I said all week was like, oh, my God, this could be a bloodbath. I think I said that on Monday.
It's going to.
Go ahead, David. What's your State of the Union of your Washington Commanders?
Steve, something that us Washington fans are used to saying. There's always next year, Steve. So I think the new owner he wanted to ride out this year. Seeing what he has, I think he kind of knows. It's been confirmed that Rivera will not be coming back, so he's gone. And I think it's time. There's going to be some big changes coming up, Steve. So maybe some still some room for some optimism there. But it's just been, a year that we really thought that it wouldn't be. I know myself had a little bit higher hopes for a team that, has the talent to be successful, and yet for some reason they just are not. So kind of just a down year, a lost year, Steve. We'll see what happens in the offseason. Like I said, big changes to come. But for now, I really want to see Dotson get his number. I need 2 more from him for a very, very live ticket. So we'll see if they can work him in today. Other than that, Steve, that's the State of the Union. Just not the season that we wanted. So we'll see what happens with changes coming up. But Steve, I probably will end up coming back into the lounge. But boy, this could be a long game for Washington.
Receiving yards, Higbee, all the favorites are, I shouldn't say it like that. Higbee, 26.5, his baseline. Kupp, 72.5. Kyren Williams, 23.5. Puka Nacua, 70.5. Kyren's been catching the ball a little bit too. Demarcus Robinson, 32.5. I said it earlier, that could be a nice little supplement. Where did Demarcus Robinson come from? But here in the last couple of weeks, he has touchdowns. McLaurin, 61.5. Logan Thomas, 30.5. That seems low to me today. Curtis Samuel, 41.5. Jahan Dotson, just 33.5.
Yep.
Seems low to me today.
Just put that in my notes, Steve.
Antonio Gibson, 25.5. So there's some low-hanging fruit here with some of these receivers that you can play around with. I think this has a chance to be the highest scoring game of the day. Passing prop-wise, the baseline for Stafford's 271.5. Howell is 266.5. Stafford passing touchdowns today to get to 3 for him is just plus 215. They could easily run the ball in. Where Howell for 3 is plus 430. That'd be kind of interesting. I could see that potentially happening. Touchdown scorers. We'll stop at rushing props. We haven't done much of that this morning. Kyren Williams is up now to 90.5. He was at 88.5 or 89.5 yesterday. Sam Howell, 17.5. I'm wondering if he can rush for that. But I just don't think I feel like he's leaned off the rushing here since he got popped that one time at the end zone about a month ago, if you recall that, when he scored anytime touchdowns today in this game. Kyren Williams now down to 270. It was at minus 330.
Look at his price for 2 number, Steve. You'll be shocked.
It was at plus 145. It's probably not as shocking as that at this point. But yeah, plus 200 now. 1 touchdown again for this Rams Commanders game. Kupp plus 120. Love that. Nacua plus 130. McLaurin's plus 210. Higbee's plus 250. Davis Allen plus 250. Jahan Dotson plus 260. He could score for sure and beat that. Demarcus Robinson plus 260. You're going to get a good number. You're going to have to play a few of these guys together just for a touchdown. Logan Thomas plus 320. I think all these guys are live. Hal is 5-1. Any long shots here? Skowronek 7 plus 750. Who's De'Ami Brown?
De'Ami Brown.
Yeah, who is he?
He can score.
9.
Carolina receiver. So him and Sam Howell actually played together in college.
Is he a tight end?
No, he's a receiver.
Interesting. 9-1 odds for him. Does he get out there a lot?
He's that sneaky guy that just you're like, who the hell just scored that touchdown?
Right. Interesting. All right. That could be an angle today then.
That could actually be a sneaky, real high value.
So you round robin him and like a Jimmy Graham and stuff like that together, and you hope you get your oddballs to hit. Kyren Williams plus 200. The one thing you don't want to do is put oddball with good guys because then you're kicking yourself when your good guys hit and your oddball kills it for you.
Right.
All right. But if you do a bunch of oddballs and they all come through, then it's like a super magical scenario. 2 touchdowns, Kyron's 2-1. Cup at plus 850. I love it. Nakua plus 950. Gibson is at 12-1. I guess no Brian Robinson, right? Terry
No,
McLaurin.
he is out today.
Terry McLaurin's 17-1. Dotson 21-1. Higbee 22-1. Davis Allen 22-1. DeMarcus Robinson 24-1. Curtis Samuel, he's been getting the ball a little bit more. I feel like 26-1. Logan Thomas 32-1. DeMarcus Robinson 24-1. He seems to be almost like the favorite receiver. Although Kupp really did get a lot of attention last week, and I would expect the same today. I think we could see some points, and we could see a ton of points even in the first half here. So give me an alternate over 49.5 in this game. And I'll lean the Rams in what's going to be a fun kind of somewhat back and forth game. I don't know if I want the Rams on a super, super blowout, but I could see them winning by 10 to 13. And maybe Washington kicks in the back door, which they've done before when they're trailing by 20. Although they did give up on me against the Cowboys with 2 minutes left. They started kneeling on the ball for the most part, which was disgusting to me because we just needed one more score for a super, super huge Thanksgiving payout. Thank you, Commanders. I haven't forgotten about that. But give me some Kupp. I think you said it your best, Dave. I think just the obvious things here are all good to go.
Right.
All right.
I tell you what an absolute treat Dotson for 2 would be today. And then it would just be all on Mr. George Pickens to cash in a nice future receiving ticket.
Let's see. Next game. Yeah, good luck with that, actually.
No kidding.
49ers spread down to 11.5 over under 48.5 at Arizona. A little bit harder game for me to handicap. Arizona's given me a bad taste in my mouth many a times when I've tried to go against them. So it's not my first option is to try to pick on these Cardinals. But the 49ers are great. And if they're going to be one of these top-tier dynasty teams, potentially like they're trying to be, then this is a game that they should win, I would say, somewhat convincingly, to be honest. So go ahead and give me the 49ers on an alt line here. I think they'll handle business. I think they'll do it easily. I think they'll do it convincingly. And if they win this game by 30 points, that's not going to shock me at the end of the day. That being said, it's a green light for everyone in Niners here. And this is just all dawned on me. There's no way I'm going to fade the Niners with the Cardinals. But Debo, give me Debo at plus 650 for 2 touchdowns. McCaffrey is just at plus 145 for 2. Del Grande made it a good point. He has multiple MVP candidates on the field here. So does he want to favor one guy over the other? He might not want to show that to his team. So spreading the ball around, instead of giving McCaffrey his second touchdown, hand it off to Debo or something like that, or Jordan Mason. Jordan Mason for 2 touchdowns is 17-1. Kittle's 10-1. Ayuk 8-1. Connor plus 850. Elijah Mitchell 17-1. Kyler Murray 32-1. Hollywood Brown 29-1. Jawan Jennings plus 7,000. Anytime touchdown scorers today. So like Jawan Jennings is a good one to put in like the Jimmy Grahams and your Naomi. What's his name? Brown?
Oh, yeah. Damani Brown.
So plus 600 for Jawan Jennings. Anytime touchdown. That might be it. Brown, Jennings, Jimmy Graham. Find someone else to go with him. Purdy, anytime touchdowns, plus 480. He's been able to do that. Elijah Mitchell, plus 250. Kittle, plus 140. Ayuk, plus 120. Debo, plus 100. McCaffrey, minus 340. As far as rushing props go, we'll look at the Debo number, which is 14.5. I think he can get there, although they like to do the sweep where they pass him the ball and not hand it to him. But maybe potentially give me Debo for over 14.5. Do I have Debo alternate rushing yards? Yes, I do. Oh, wow. So Debo for 40 yards rushing is at plus 410. I kind of like that.
Oh, interesting.
50 yards is plus 640. I might end up taking Debo's receiving and rushing. Other rushing numbers are Purdy's 7.5. That's high for him. Kyler Murray, 31.5. McCaffrey's 88.5. He can do that on one run like he did last week. James Conner's been a nice fantasy player, 51.5 for his over-under yards. I would expect Conner to get a good, decent load. I think he could probably get over that number even against the stingy 49er defense. But I think it's more 49ers based here in this one. This has been a good one for me too, and that's the Purdy alternate passing touchdowns. He gets 3 touchdowns all the time, plus 230 for that today. So the jig is up on that one because it was floating at 300, 310 for the majority of the season, now down to plus 230. The real payout doesn't come until 4 touchdowns at plus 830. But you know what? Go ahead and give me the 49ers in the blowout, and I will take Debo every which way I possibly can. David, what about you?
Yeah, Steve, it's 49ers are nothing for me. Debo at over 14.5 is his base for the rushing, likes those end arounds. I think I'm going to follow you on that one, Steve. Just because, it can be hard to find these things in a game like this where you have one team so heavily favored. If you wanted to maybe take a shot at something here, Steve, I have 2 weekly specials here, fresh from the field. Christian McCaffrey to have a 50-plus yard run is at plus 550. And Debo Samuel for a rushing touchdown and a receiving touchdown at plus 750.
Wow, those are good. I like that.
So if you wanted to get a little exotic here in the weekly special category, I think you could maybe find something here. You might be able to even use both of those. Now, I don't think you can parlay them together, but there's 2 options there. We think McCaffrey can break off a 50-yarder, right?
Yes. Yeah. Why not in this game for sure?
And Debo, he likes to run it. They've been using him in that regard. And, I mean, he's a hell of a receiver as well, so that's what he does. For a rushing and a receiving, that's pretty good number, Steve. So if you wanted to get exotic, I think you look fresh from the field in the weekly specials.
All right. So 49ers, I'll expect big things from them today down in Arizona. This could be the favorite sweep the board Christmas weekend eve, whatever they call this weekend before Christmas, as we like the Rams and the 49ers here. So can it make it 3 favorites in a row with Buffalo and the Cowboys? Buffalo minus 2.5 over under 49.5. And what could be a rainy game and sloppy game. So that being said, this is going to be a tough physical one, David. I could see something like 2017 maybe in this game.
Right.
I don't know if I'm going to look for some super props here. Josh Allen to score, I think, is probably your best bet for a touchdown score. I will say that. So he's a plus 135. If I'm going to take anyone for 2, it's going to be him today. And he is at 9-1. So I think that'll be good enough for me to take him today against Dallas in what could be a rainy game. It could be a fun game. Maybe these teams do get off, much like the Buffalo Eagles game did in the rain a few weeks back. That game ending up with 71 points. You figure Dallas mirrors Philadelphia just a little bit. But, I don't know if Dallas is kind of used to this cold, wet rain up in Buffalo. So I'd be concerned with them offensively today, to be honest. They'd be better off in Miami playing like they will be next week.
Right.
So a tough 2-game road stretch for the Cowboys. I think I'm going to lean Buffalo here with the favorite again. And I like some Josh Allen touchdowns. In fact, I'll take him for 2 today. And what could be a rainy, downright gritty game, 23-17. I'm going to kind of lean with the over-under here, where it's kind of gone. I would love to have this game have been played in the Dome.
Yeah.
In a nice stadium, because I think if that is the case, then you are going to see a game in the 30s on both of these teams. But maybe just a little too wet. Weather's going to be an issue. Pay attention to that. Now, if it seems like it's nice, and it's just going to be a little cold, but I think it's windy in Buffalo too today. It's just going to be a little cold. I think that's a different story. But I don't think Dallas is going to translate well to the rain and the wind, if that's the case. And you got to remember, Dak Prescott played in the South in college. It's not like this guy's used to playing in this kind of stuff where Josh Allen is. I think that is very understated way to look at that as far as a handicap goes. So give me the Bills at home. Give me some Josh Allen touchdowns. I'd be hesitant to take anything else crazy. Again, though, if you want to go lean on the tight ends, I think you can. Dalton Kincaid's 2-1. Dawson Knox plus 410. I would throw him in with something. Maybe like a Jimmy Graham and a Brown or something like that. He's not that much of an oddball to score. And he could be the one last piece at the end to take your oddballs home, to be honest. Gallup scored finally last week. I don't play him, and he finally scores. Plus 550 for him. Shakir plus 440. Gabe Davis plus 270. I think I'm done with Gabe Davis. Brandon Cooks plus 240. Jake Ferguson plus 190. He could be a scorer for the Cowboys today. I could see that. James Cook plus 185. Diggs plus 120. Pollard plus 120. I think Pollard's fair game. CD Lamb, I would be a little concerned about today. He's been so hot. I just don't know if that keeps up in a bad weather game. 2 touchdown scores. Again, we'll add it up. Again, Allen 9-1. CD is 7-1. Pollard is 750. Gabe Davis, I'm done with him, 22-1. Dawson Knox, 46-1. Good number there. Khalil Shakir, 45-1. Rico Dowdle, 40-1. He's been getting into the end zone more. Jake Ferguson, 15-1. David, how do you see this game?
I tell you what, Steve, I'm going to focus on one thing and one thing only. And it's not going to be what you said. It's a Dallas money line. They're plus money on that. I think they can go into Buffalo. I just think they're a little bit better team.
Well, talent-wise, they probably are.
Talent. I understand the weather's, probably not going to be the best. But still, Buffalo has just kind of been that team to where, I thought they would have a little bit better record than they do now. The record doesn't always, indicate on how things are going. They might be better than their record indicates is what I'm getting at with this one. But Dallas is just, they're having a good year. They actually seem to be consistent. So to get a plus number on the money line with them, Steve, I think it's just hard to pass up at this moment because it's not going to probably happen again until maybe the playoffs if they meet up with somebody like the Eagles or the Niners. Then you might see a plus number with them. But as far as regular season, I don't think you'll see it next week. They should be the favorites over the Dolphins. Like I said, Dolphins are suspect. How are they going to stand up to this Dallas team when it's actually in better weather than that they're used to playing? We'll talk about that next week, but just a little bit better of a team, I think, Steve. So give me the Cowboys on the money line.
All right. Yeah. All right. Good. There you go, David. I could see that for sure. I'm not going to be shocked if Dallas wins this game. Probably position to position. They are probably a little bit better than Buffalo, except maybe at that quarterback. Maybe that's the little X factor I'm looking at today with that one. I think a good, fun game in any case.
Right.
I'd much rather see this in the Dome or in Tampa Bay or somewhere where it's going to be a clean field than in the wet and the wind. But a fun atmosphere, too, up there, I bet, today. Outside Buffalo Stadium with the Cowboy fans. Let's see. Any other numbers I want to look at here? I'll just go over the passing props. 255.5 for Allen, 270.5 for Dak. Their passing touchdowns. Allen to throw 3 is 265. Dak Prescott to throw 3 is just plus 250. So they're still expecting points to get off here, the way that those numbers are levied here. I would like to see this game still score a lot of points, Dave. It's not like I'm going to. Well, I said it.
Still happen.
Bet the under here, but I don't know. I think there's probably just better plays on the board if you want to say it in that route. But we're going to try to have some fun with this one regardless, I think. And hopefully this game can get off the ground here in the mud. I'll lean on Josh Allen. Okay, night game with the Ravens and the Jaguars. It looks like we have potential rain here in this game. Ravens minus 3.5 at 40.5. David, I'll let you go.
Steve, I think I kind of like the over in this one. 40.5. These two teams can, certainly get it going. I guess the rain will be something that we want to keep an eye on. I probably won't play anything with this one until later, and I have a little bit better of a chance to look at that, Steve. But if we want to take a look at some stuff here, Ravens, Jaguars, they're two teams that can definitely get their points, that's for sure. I have Zay Flowers in my fantasy team this year or this week for the playoffs. So that's going to be something I'm looking at here. He's going to get a nice number for Zay Flowers, a plus 225 anytime touchdown. I'll be rooting for that. Probably something that I will take just to kind of pair along with my fantasy team. So let's take a look at his receiving numbers as well, because he could certainly get to that. All right. Zay Flowers over 52.5 is at minus 115. Now, if we want to bump that up a little bit, I'd be comfortable pushing that to maybe 70 at plus 170 for 70 plus yards. Or if you want to get just a little bit exotic, 80 plus for plus 260. And if you wanted to play it safe, 60 plus yards, Steve, at plus 110. I like Zay Flowers in this one. I really do.
Actually, we have a question from Mimsy that kind of asked along the lines here of what we're talking about. All right, half a PPR league. So a 6-point touchdown league. Mimsy has Devin Achane, if he plays, in parentheses, which he should play, right?
I think so.
Ridley or Zay Flowers. But now they are going against Lamar Jackson, asking if that's a bad play to play Flowers if Jackson Mimsy says Zay Flowers may nerf Lamar Jackson, which means nullify his points. I think is what it does is Lamar Jackson nullifies Zay Flowers more than anything.
Absolutely, yeah.
So Zay Flowers becomes unplayable, Mimsy. I would go with Ridley.
Absolutely, I would. Yeah.
I would go with Ridley in this game. I need Ridley for 200 and I think 6 yards for the rest of the season to get to 1,000. I need Kelsey for just about 100 and Diggs for just about 100. I'm going to assume Kelsey and Diggs can get there with 4 games left just to get the 100 yards, hopefully without getting hurt, knock on wood.
Right.
So Ridley is my question mark, and he can do that today. He can make a big 100-yard push potentially towards that goal for me today. So I'm going to be a big Ridley fan, Mimsy. I would suggest Ridley. Achane could be counterfeited. Trust me, I had Achane last week, and all I saw was Mostert running the ball into the end zone there. So that's just a roulette wheel where, you know what? There is no Christian Kirk now, and Ridley does become primary number one for Trevor Lawrence at this stage of the game. And I agree with you, David. I like the over in this game. I think we could have some points. We could have a lot of points. This could be the highest scoring game of the weekend again. The Ravens have been playing higher score games here lately. If we look at the numbers for this game, it is just 40.5. So alternate total points here to get to 49.5 to get to 50 points is plus 280. I would take a shot at doing this. Alternate total over of the Ravens, Jaguars, Browns, Bears, Titans, Texans, and the Jets and the Dolphins, all with low numbers. Push them to the upper 40s. And if these games can get off, just 3 of them, you're going to get a big payout. And I think there's a chance for that to actually happen, if not all 4. You're not asking to get into the high 50s or anything like that, just the high 40s and even maybe the lower 50s, and you can bring home a nice chunk of change today. So I would throw the Ravens and Jacksonville in that mix on that play, and that's what I plan to do. Let me make sure I write down this stuff.
Both quarterbacks today, Steve, are for two in the air are plus money. So keep that in mind as well.
For 3 touchdowns today for Lamar Jackson is at passing, that is. We haven't seen Gus Edwards break out lately. I mean, we have, but not in the last I don't think he scored last week, did he?
No, I don't believe so.
Yeah, so Jackson, 3 touchdown passes is plus 560 today. Trevor Lawrence for his passing 3 touchdowns is Where are you at, Trevor Lawrence? Are you off the board right now? I have Lamar Jackson, alternate passing touchdown. Yeah, so Trevor Lawrence off the board with his alternate number right now. Yeah, and a plus 162, David, for over 1.5.
Yep.
Is what I see. So I think all that's fair game. Wow.
I like both of those, actually.
Wow,
That's got
I
to
do
go
like that.
into the
I got to write
notes.
that, yeah. My notes are getting thick. I need more paper. I have plenty of it.
Hey, pass me a piece while you're at it.
So I expect a fun game here in Jacksonville this evening. Passing yards style. Let's look at that. Lawrence for 275 plus is plus 270. Good number. 300 yards. I would not doubt it. Plus 490. Lamar Jackson, you're going to get paid nice at 250 yards passing, plus 198. And he's plus 370 at 275 yards. I can see all these guys hitting their stats tonight. Receiving prop wise in this game, Ridley is just 45.5. So give me Ridley over.
Oh,
wow. Zay Jones, 42.5. Evan Ingram's been a target, 47.5. ETN is just 23.5. I would look at him as a receiver tonight as well. Odell Beckham, 37.5. Zay Flowers, 52.5. That is low for Zay Flowers. Isaiah Likely is 33.5. 2 touchdown scores in this game. I think we're going to get paid on a bunch of these guys here. ETN 9-1. Lamar Jackson 14-1. Gus Edwards 15-1. Keaton Mitchell 16-1. Zay Flowers 17-1. Ridley's 18-1. Like that. Evan Ingram's 21-1. Zay Jones 25-1. Odell Beckham's 26-1. So some good numbers there. Anytime touchdown scores. ETN plus 125. Lamar's plus 190. Good number there. Gus Edwards 2-1. Keaton Mitchell plus 210. Zay Flowers plus 200. Calvin Ridley plus 210. Odell Beckham is plus 270. There's great numbers in this game all along. Why is this number so low for the over-under? I just don't get that at all. I guess probably because it ends up 20-3 Baltimore, I guess, when the game's over with tonight. But we'll give it a shot to get off the ground here, and I'll take an alternate over, and I'll play around with all of these low receiver numbers, etc. All right, anything else here, David?
No, Steve, I think it's, just depending on what that weather is going to do, this might be another green light game for the usual cast of characters because they're definitely in there. That's for sure.
All right, last game on the board, Philadelphia and Seattle tomorrow night. Eagles now 3.5, over under 46.5. Del Grande likes the Eagles. Can they get the ship right is the question. Seattle's been a little tough here lately. I don't know. I don't think I can count out Seattle at home here. Catching 3.5, over under 46.5. I don't have a strong feel for this one way or another. I'll say this, though. I would look, if Seattle's going to be sneakily competitive, then Kenneth Walker III at plus 115 might get my attention for a touchdown. In fact, he might get my attention for 2 touchdowns, and that pays plus 750. A.J. Brown is at plus 900. If you wanted to do like an A.J. Brown, Kenneth Walker III 2-game parlay, $10 will pay $634.38. I could see that for a fact. Or DK's been hot too, and A.J. Brown together. 2 touchdowns for both of them. $10 pays $823. I would expect this game to be an over game, I guess, is what I'll say. A little bit of precipitation before the game, but it should clear out. 46.5 doesn't seem like a lot of points for the Eagles to try to get to with the Seahawks. I think both of these teams can have success offensively. So I would say this is generally just a green light for anyone. What about you, Dave?
Yeah, Steve. So I'm going to look at this weekly special here. We're fresh from the field once again. A.J. Brown and Tyler Lockett to combine for 15-plus receptions is at plus 350. That's something a little different. We know A.J. Brown is definitely going to get his targets. Can Lockett help out with a couple of those? I'd like to think he can, but
he's been a little quiet. That's for
he's
sure.
been a little quiet, which is makes me a little bit nervous on that. It's definitely going to be A.J. Brown getting most of those for you. But yeah, Steve, I think this is the Eagles game. Yeah, Seahawks, at home, I think is the one thing that gives them a chance. If it was in Philly, I probably wouldn't be saying that. So yeah, this is Philly. And AJ Brown, I think he's at 81.5 for his total. That I would look into that, and then I would look into Jalen Hurts anytime and possibly for 2 as well.
Baseline receiver numbers: Lockett 52.5, Metcalf 63.5, Noah Fant 21.5, Smith and Jigba is 43.5, Goddard 42.5, Devontae Smith 60.5, AJ Brown 82.5, Kenneth Walker the third just 10.5. That's low. I feel like for Kenneth Walker. Rushing props 48.5 for Kenneth Walker the third. I kind of like that over, to be honest. Hurts is 32.5. DeAndre Swift 58.5. Charbonnet is at 33.5 for his rushing. Passing prop numbers in this game: Jalen Hurts is the only one listed right now. 247 yards is his baseline. Jalen Hurts to throw 3 touchdowns, which is possible against Seattle for sure, is at plus 350. So go ahead and give me the over here. I think Seattle can pull the upset. And then good game on Monday night potentially here, David. That's all I got.
I think it should be a better game than probably most people think it's going to be anyway.
Let me review the slate and see if there's anything that I kind of missed that I want to talk about. I'm going to go back through everything just kind of real quick. Jordan Love, passing yards, 246.5. Baker Mayfield, 212.5. Ironically, I could see those both going over. The touchdowns for Mayfield interest me. You're getting plus 540 for 3 touchdowns by Baker today. And Jordan Love for 3 touchdowns is plus 310, that's an interesting number to me as well for Jordan Love. So that is something I wanted to look at. We looked at the receiving yards there. Let's see here. Giants and Saints. Anything else I want to touch on? Let's see. If DeVito is going to have a crazy game, what's his baseline? 178.5 for DeVito. His alternate passing yards to get 225 or more is plus 290. That's actually intriguing, to be honest. Derek Carr, good payout for 275 yards at plus 390. Maybe I should do this little recap every week, things I forget about. The rainy game in Carolina with the Falcons. Let's just look at the passing props, see how low these guys are. Bryce Young's 165.5. Ritter's 172.5. Bryce Young for 2 touchdowns today is at plus 340, Dave. Wow, interesting.
Really?
Plus 1,400 for 3. Again, this is in the rain. Ritter's the same thing, plus 340. No, sorry, wrong thing. Plus 290 for Ritter, plus 1,100 for 3 for Ritter. I tend to think that this is not a passing game where those guys score, but a good price on Young to get 2 touchdowns if he can. If Carolina does win that game, it could come through the air, through Bryce Young. So I'm going to maybe take a look at that too. So I'll notate that. Houston and the Tennessee game. Let's look at the passing props here. I think I said Keenum was an interesting number, right? Yeah, 190.5 for Keenum. Pass yards baseline. Keenum for 3 passing touchdowns. Is he off the board still on that? Yes. But to get over 1.5, actually over a half a touchdown is minus 196 for Case Keenum. I'm not so sure why he's off the board so much here. I might have to revisit that. Derrick Henry rushing prop in that game. Let's just take a look at that again. We talked about him for the touchdowns. The one thing Derrick Henry's been doing from Will Levis is receiving the ball. as well. But Henry is 71.5. His passing yards is just 7.5. So I would look at Derrick Henry over receiving yards.
Oh, yeah. It's 7.5.
Yeah. Do we have an alternate on him? No, we do not. Over receiving yards for Henry. Let's see. Jets and the Dolphins. We already talked about Zach Wilson's running prop. I like that. The Lazard number's low. Again, there. Things that stick out. The Fields and Flacco passing touchdowns. So Fields for 3+ touchdowns is 10-1. Wow. I might have to take a shot on that, David, to be honest. Flacco passing touchdowns is plus 630 for 3. Wow, that's a big number too. So Flacco and Fields get some attention for me.
And I took Flacco for 2 at plus 145 anyway.
Yeah. I think there's some over under 1.5. These are the greedy ones, and I think you dumb it down by taking a Flacco for over 1.5 with some of these. I'm going to play around when we get off the air. Chiefs, Patriots. What's a Zappy for 2 touchdown passes here? In case this game gets fucking crazy here. Plus 330 for 2 touchdowns for Zappy. Interesting.
Really?
Yep. 14-1 for 3 touchdowns, which he had last week. I do like the Henry for 2 touchdown number and 1 touchdown number as well. Patrick Mahomes touchdown passes. Again, this game screams under. This is the only reason why I'm bringing this stuff up is you know what happens when they scream under. It goes over. We've had a lot of games screaming under lately that have flown over the total. None of which, if you remember what happened Thursday night, people, right?
And both of my underplays have
84 points.
Just got killed this year.
Patrick Mahomes, alternate passing touchdowns for him. 3 is just that plus 265. That's still a pretty good number, to be honest, for Mahomes, even against a good Patriot defense. Passing props, we talked about Stafford. I think we talked about, did we talk about Hal to throw for 300 yards is 2-1 today. I think he could get there, especially in garbage time.
Right.
As long as he stays healthy. Over 1.5, Hal is plus 112. I like that as a number for quarterback for 2 touchdowns, especially with no Robinson now. You got to think that helps the cause. Who's the go-to running guy? Antonio Gibson?
Yep.
Who's Chris Rodriguez Jr.?
He's not bad. He's not bad at all.
He's for you guys?
Mm-hmm.
He's 20.5 for his running. Is he worth a touchdown shot?
He runs pretty hard.
Could he get
if it's him and Gibson today, certainly. He's got to have a nice number too.
Let's see what he has. So we're gonna have to add him in here. Plus 310 for Chris Rodriguez Jr.
Yeah, what the hell? Why not? I'll probably end up taking that in my anytime. I just worry about Gibson, man. He's so fumble prone.
Dotson's a good number again too. We talked about that. Even Logan Thomas, you think he can get off here at some point. Let's look at Trey McBride real quick for the Cardinals. 52.5. He's been money. Again, he could probably have a decent day even against the 49ers. McBride for 60 yards is plus 120. I would just keep him at his baseline if you go that route, if you need to have anything kind of Cardinals-wise. Jawan Jennings' alternate receiving yards is interesting to me. Maybe they do get out to a big lead and he plays more. You could just see a heavy dose of the run at that point. But Jennings to get 40 yards is plus 320. It's going to be Samuel for me in that game.
Right.
I'm reaching on the Jennings. Buffalo, Dallas real quick here. We talked about the passing touchdowns for these guys. Let's talk about the rushing props. Pollard's 53.5. I could see that. I could see that for Pollard today in the ground and pound weather game. 50.5 for James Cook. I can almost see that for both of those guys if we get some more rushing today. Again, I do like the Josh Allen. Josh Allen alternate rush yards, 50 is at plus 220. I think I'd rather just have him for a touchdown or two. I think we covered everything in the Jags-Ravens game. Good numbers on both of those guys at quarterback this evening. And I think we covered everything with the Eagles and the Seahawks. Okay, let's go ahead and cue up our most famous sounder for our 2 touchdown scorers. As we approach 11 a.m. here on the Round Robin, broadcasting from our Chicks Beach studios in Virginia Beach, Virginia, the United States. NFL Week 15.
Johnny. 4 weeks. 20 papers, that's $2 plus tip.
Gee, Johnny, I don't have a dime. Sorry.
Didn't ask for a dime. $2.
Hey, give me 2.5 and a Ric Flair.
It's a jungle out there. You got to look out for number 1, but don't step at number 2.
Utah, give me 2.
And Jimmy 2 times, who got that nickname because he said everything twice, like...
I'm going to go get the papers,
David, we'll start with you. Who do you got for 2 touchdown guys?
All right, Steve. I'm going to go back to the well on this one. It happened last week, which means it probably won't happen this week, but I'm going to give it another try. I'm going to go with Njoku for 2. We're going to throw Cooper Kupp in there for 2. He should have a big day. Derrick Henry in there for 2. I'm sure you saw that coming. And we're going to round it out. The 4th man, Calvin Ridley, getting his targets being the with no Kirk. You got to think he's going to get a fair share of the targets. So Ridley for 2, Steve.
Ridley, okay. Let me see here. Stand by for 1 second. Stand by.
You could throw Nakua in there. That one's kind of the Kupp can be switched out with Nakua. Some moving parts there in that one.
Okay, go for 2 from me today. This is interesting. As I'm not so sure I have a lot of 2 touchdown scorers. I don't think I have any in the Green Bay game. I'm going to stick with Kamara in the Saints game. I should write this all down right here now. Kamara. Go ahead and give me Chuba Hubbard. Go ahead and give me Derrick Henry. Give me Bryce Hall. Give me, I like your Njoku kind of angle, to be honest. Take both of the tight ends. Give them a shot. Commit and David Njoku. Give Hunter Henry a shot. Cooper Kupp, I think, is a layup. Josh Allen, I'll go with him. And I'm going to go with Ridley for 2 as well. And then Monday night, if you need a little double whammy, Kenneth Walker III and A.J. Brown. All right, David, what are your best plays for today?
All right, best plays, Steve. If we can just get out of this.
And thank you, everyone, for commenting and tuning in this morning. Biggest audience we've had all year, so we love it. Obviously, we're catching on. YouTube must be advertising us a little bit better live on Sunday mornings, David, when people are clicking on there.
Right.
That's just kind of what I'm getting here.
All right, Steve, best plays for the day. Let's start off with over 12.5 receiving yards for Edwards-Helaire there in against the Patriots. We're going to go with the Zach Wilson rushing yards of over 13.5. Probably my best play of the day, I feel like, is the Joe Flacco passing touchdowns. That's over 1.5, so 2 through the air for him. Steve, you're going to laugh at me for this one. I'm going to try it again. Over 3.5 field goals for Houston and Tennessee. Alvin Kamara, rushing and receiving yards combined for over 102.5. And Steve, I went ahead and threw this in there to round it out. We're going to go with the LA Rams for over 29.5 points today.
Wow. All right. I think I got, of course, a bunch of plays I like. Fun competitive game in Green Bay. I'll probably pass on that one, except have some fun with some props. Go ahead and give me the Saints at home against the Giants. Go ahead and give me the Panthers to pull the upset over the Falcons in a lower scoring game. Higher scoring game with Tennessee and the Texans. Texans maybe making this a little closer than people think. Higher scoring game with the Jets and the Dolphins. Higher scoring game with the Bears and the Browns. New England plus the 8.5. I'll make that official. Higher scoring game with the Commanders and the Rams. Could be the highest one of the day. Give me the 49ers in a rout. Give me the under and Buffalo in a tight one against Dallas. I think this is a 1-point game, David. I'm going to say 20 to 19 Buffalo. Go ahead and give me the over in the Ravens and the Jaguars, and give me the over in the Eagles Seahawks. So week 15, I could see some scores getting out of hand here. And some of the more cast of characters that you would not expect it from anyway. All right, that should do it for us. Getting out of here at 10:45 here on this beautiful December the 17th. Rainy morning here in the Mid-Atlantic states. The rainiest game of the bunch looks like it's going to be Carolina and Atlanta. So holiday schedule, we'll go ahead and do a What the Puck is going on Tuesday. We'll do a Friday soccer paycheck as usual on Friday. I think we have a good game on while we'll do that live with Aston Villa. I think we'll be on, so that'll be good for us. The round robin, again, with the holidays, I think what we'll end up doing is you're probably good. Okay, Christmas Eve morning, right?
I should be, yeah.
Yeah, so we'll do the usual time of the Saturday for the 2 games, and we'll do at 7 a.m. Eastern, we'll come live, and then that probably won't take, but with Dave Del Grande, we'll get his news and notes of the week. So we'll take a lot of time up with that. So figure a couple hours Saturday morning anyway, 7 to 9, and then we'll go about the same length on Christmas Eve morning here, about 7. We'll try to wrap it up by 10 o'clock, 10:30, so you can get on with your Christmas Eve day. But we will do a Christmas Eve special. We'll go ahead and keep the normal schedule on Saturday, Sunday. Saturday not being normal, but now that we have Saturday football, we're going to kind of have to. And once we get to the playoffs, I think we're definitely going to have to just go Saturdays strictly only. But we'll go ahead and do a road show like we did last year for the playoffs. We'll have our New Year's party is what we'll do then. So no Christmas party in studio next week. New Year's party after the New Year's on location to be determined. All right, so keep tuning in. Thank you for all you new viewers and listeners piping in across our social media networks. You can always go back for any of our content to deepend757.com. That is home base. You can click on the archives at the top. Subscribe to the YouTube channel, Deep End, END, DEEP, like deep end of a pool. Deep End 757 Broadcasting is the YouTube channel. Our Twitter or X is at Deep End 757. And you can find us on Facebook at Deep Endable Solutions 757. All right, so if you need any more content, you can go back for replay starting now. Nephew David, optimistic about today? Let's go ahead and
feeling pretty good. We found some stuff.
Let's go ahead and cast some tickets. Hopefully everyone out there enjoys the games, stays safe, and hopefully you can be just like the Ant-Man. Well, hopefully not just like him, because he's missing in action at this point. He could be in the Turks and Caicos celebrating his winnings away. But that's the point of the show, is that you're able to hit a big jackpot and travel the country. And if you get that from the way that we teach you how to gamble, hopefully you will consider taking us with you. What do you want? Good luck, everyone. Have a good rest of your NFL Week 15 weekend.